Hey there. Tonight we're embarking on a peaceful descent, not into shadows exactly, but into the realm beneath the realm. This isn't the blazing underworld you might be envisioning. The Greek domain of the dead is more ancient, more frigid, and far more complex than most people understand. It's a realm of phantoms and quietude, of arbiters and infinite streams, where champions and scoundrels and everyone in between eventually discover themselves, and not always eternally. If this type of storytelling helps you unwind, feel free to like the video and subscribe, but only if it truly brings you tranquility. And if you'd like, share where you're listening from and what time it is. It's strangely soothing drifting off together, even if tonight we're venturing into the afterlife. So, close your eyes, let the day disappear, and let's begin with the complete story of the underworld. Imagine, if you will, that death in ancient Greece was less about lyres and aureoles, and more about documentation and a very lengthy journey. Welcome to the underworld. Not quite inferno, not quite paradise, and certainly not the place you stumbled into uninvited. This was no vague afterlife, but a fully developed terrain complete with waterways, portals, arbiters, and the sort of atmosphere that would make even the most determined travel agent hesitate. The Greeks didn't envision the afterlife as something heavenly. Floating upwards was more of a later innovation. No, to the ancient Greek, death was a descent. The underworld, or Hades, was believed to lie beneath the earth, a vast, resonating domain where the deceased, regardless of virtue or wickedness, ended up. There were exceptions, of course. We'll get to those who earned upgrades or demotions later. But the standard model was simple. When you perish, you go down. This concept of downward is worth noting. In Greek cosmology, the universe was a layered thing. Olympus sat high atop Mount Olympus. The mortal realm spread in the middle, and beneath it all, the underworld waited like a shadow. It wasn't a place of agony per se, at least not for most. But it was no one's idea of a retirement plan either. The name Hades referred both to the domain and to its ruler. An occasionally confusing naming convention, like calling your apartment Philip and then inviting Philip round for tea. The realm of Hades, though, was vast and intricate. To map it is to understand the Greeks' deepest anxieties, beliefs, and on occasion grim sense of humor. The journey to Hades began with death. Naturally, Hermes, ever the multi-talented deity, served as psychopomp, a role that sounds like a Victorian insult, but actually means soul guide. It was Hermes who gently escorted the newly deceased from the world of the living to the threshold of the underworld. And here at the gates stood the 5 rivers, the first and perhaps most poetic boundaries of the land of the dead. Each river in the underworld had a purpose and a character, and none of them particularly welcoming. Acheron, the river of sorrow, was the main entrance, a mournful torrent that the souls of the dead had to traverse. It wasn't exactly inviting. Think more eternal sighing than babbling brook? Styx, the most renowned of the 5, was the river of hatred. It wound its way through the underworld, forming a sort of spectral moat around the palace of Hades himself. The gods, interestingly, swore their most sacred oaths by Styx. If one broke such an oath, they were forced to lie breathless for a year. The Greeks took promises and rivers very seriously. Phlegethon, the river of fire, flowed like molten lava through Tartarus, the realm's bleakest depths. Not a river to picnic beside, unless you like your olives flambé. Cocytus, the river of lamentation, echoed with the cries of the damned. It had an excellent echo, which presumably made things worse. And then there was Lethe, the river of oblivion, offering a forgetfulness so complete that even grief vanished. A sip, and you'd forget your existence, yourself, and your past. Later mystery religions, like those of the Orphics, encouraged drinking from Mnemosyne, the river of memory instead, assuming you could find it. Of course, these rivers weren't meant to be navigated. They were metaphysical boundaries symbolizing emotions and transitions of the soul. They formed a kind of topographical poetry. A soul passed from sorrow to hatred, from fire to oblivion on the journey to its final rest. To cross the Acheron, one required the services of Charon, a grim old man who piloted the ferry of the dead. Charon did not work for free. He expected payment in the form of an obol, a small coin traditionally placed under the tongue or on the eyes of the deceased during burial. Those without payment were left stranded, wandering the riverbank for eternity, like unfortunate backpackers who forgot to book accommodation. This tradition gave rise to one of the most enduring funeral customs in ancient Greece. Coins in the mouth were not merely symbolic, they were practical. One did not want to risk ending up stuck beside Charon with nothing but regret and a parched mouth. Once across the river, a soul would pass by Cerberus, the fearsome three-headed hound who guarded the gates. Unlike modern dogs, Cerberus was not interested in belly rubs. His job was to keep souls in, not out. He was in effect the Underworld's answer to airport security, though far less likely to misplace your luggage. Cerberus rarely caused trouble, except when Heracles dragged him out during one of his labors and when Orpheus lulled him to sleep with music. That's the sort of workplace chaos even Hades didn't enjoy. A bit like having a dragon as a receptionist and finding him humming to a lyre. Once past the gate, souls were sorted not by a divine receptionist with a clipboard, but by three judges, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Iacchus. They were former mortal kings, now given posthumous promotions to arbiters of eternal destiny. From there, souls went to one of three places. Asphodel Meadows was the most common destination. Souls here wandered in a gray twilight world, stripped of memory and identity. It wasn't punishment, just tedious. The Greek version of eternal mediocrity. Elysium, or the Elysian Fields, was a paradise for heroes and the especially righteous. This was the Greek reward for a life well lived. Green fields, music, and an absence of paperwork. Some believed Elysium even had its own special reincarnation cycle. The Isles of the Blessed for those who lived 3 consecutive virtuous lives. And then there was Tartarus, a prison for the wicked and rebellious. Notably, it also held divine enemies like the Titans, along with famous mythological wrongdoers. More on them later. They're quite the rogues gallery. Later philosophers, especially the Orphics and Pythagoreans, would complicate this map. They introduced ideas of reincarnation, transmigration, and the soul's journey through many lives. But the standard map remained etched in the Greek imagination. A journey downwards, a ferry ride, a judgment, and an eternity somewhere. The Greeks, being delightfully imaginative, located several earthly entrances to the underworld. Among the most famous was Cape Tainaron in the Peloponnese, a cave by the sea said to be an actual doorway to Hades. Another was Lake Avernus in Italy, adopted by the Romans, but inherited from Greek tradition. Poets and pilgrims alike treated these sites with reverence, or at least with caution. One didn't go spelunking near a gate to the afterlife, not without Hermes on speed dial. The Greeks believed the soul, or psyche, departed the body at death, often imagined as a small winged figure. Not an angel, mind you, just a ghost with accessories. This psyche then journeyed downwards through all the stages we've mentioned. Interestingly, the soul in Greek tradition wasn't necessarily immortal in a celebratory sense. It lingered. It remembered sometimes, but it was diminished. This was not a resurrection faith. The afterlife was a shadow of life, not a glorious continuation of it. To understand the underworld is to understand Greek morality. Life was lived under the constant shadow of death, and the afterlife wasn't a reward or punishment system so much as a mirror, reflecting your deeds. But dimly, only the truly great, the dazzlingly virtuous or heroic, made it to Elysium. Most wandered to asphodel. The worst went to Tartarus, and the rest, well, that depended on the ferry fare. So, here we are, standing on the bank of the Acheron, coin in hand, a hound with too many heads watching us shuffle nervously toward the ferry. It is a strange thing, this underworld. Grim, yes, but orderly, logical, even a place where death is not the end, but the beginning of bureaucracy. And for the ancient Greeks, it was precisely this structure, this detailed, mapped, and river-crossed realm that brought meaning to the unknown. The underworld was not chaos, it was navigation. And in that map, they found comfort. Next, we'll meet its rulers, the quiet king, Hades, and the reluctant queen, Persephone. But for now, keep your obols safe and don't pet the hound. When one pictures royalty, certain images come to mind. Golden thrones, courts fawning, banquet halls echoing with laughter. The underworld's rulers, however, are a rather different sort. Hades and Persephone do not throw feasts. They don't pose for coins. They reign quietly, more like librarians than monarchs. But make no mistake, theirs is a formidable kingdom, not of conquest, but of permanence. Let's begin with Hades himself, the eldest son of Cronus and Rhea. Yes, eldest, though often overshadowed by his more flamboyant brothers. Zeus got the skies, Poseidon got the sea, and Hades drew the short end, or depending on how you see it, the deepest one. He was given dominion over the land of the dead, which in ancient Greek cosmology was less of a punishment and more of a cosmic necessity. Someone had to tend the graveyard of the world. Contrary to popular interpretation, Hades wasn't evil. He was stern, yes. Unforgiving, certainly, but not malevolent. He ruled with order, not cruelty. In fact, the Greeks didn't even like to say his name aloud, not because they feared him as wicked, but because they respected his solemn distance. Euphemisms were preferred. Pluton, meaning wealthy one, was a common choice. It's a clever nod to the riches of the earth. Gold, silver, and the dead, all found beneath the soil. His appearance in myths is rare, and when he does emerge, he's not tossing thunderbolts or turning into animals. He appears when duty calls, when lines are crossed, or when a bride must be taken. Ah, yes, Persephone. Her story, like so much in Greek mythology, is layered. On the surface, it has a tale of abduction. Hades, stricken by love, or something close to it, bursts forth from the earth, seizes Persephone as she gathers flowers and vanishes with her into the shadows. One moment she's picking narcissus in a sunlit field, the next she's hurtling into the abyss. Naturally, her mother, the goddess Demeter, is displeased. When a goddess of agriculture is upset, she doesn't send letters. She simply stops growing things. Crops failed. The earth withered. Humanity, caught in the divine domestic quarrel, began to starve. Eventually, a compromise was brokered. Persephone would spend part of the year with her mother and part with her new husband. This seasonal arrangement became mythological shorthand for the changing of the seasons. When Persephone rises, spring returns. When she descends, the earth sleeps. But this tidy cycle masks the more disturbing undercurrents. The pomegranate, the fruit Persephone eats in the underworld, is more than a snack. By consuming it, she is bound to the realm of the dead. Some versions say she was tricked, others that she accepted the seeds willingly. Either way, the symbolism is rich. To eat of the underworld is to belong to it. The fruit is both wedding ring and chain. Now, as queen of the dead, Persephone becomes a dual figure, both maiden and matron, life and death. She is not merely Hades' wife. She is a sovereign in her own right, and her presence in the underworld changes it. She brings a certain grace, a balance. Where Hades governs with rules, Persephone governs with meaning. She is the mourner's comfort, the priestess's prayer, the spring within the soil. Their relationship, though born of force, evolves. Later myths portray a far more complicated, even tender bond. Persephone is no prisoner sulking in shadows. She becomes the judge of souls, the enforcer of curses, the veiled queen before whom even the dead lower their eyes. And Hades, he is fiercely loyal. Unlike most Olympian gods, he has no dalliances, no swan-related scandals. His affection, however oddly acquired, is singular. The story of Hades and Persephone became the spiritual core of the Eleusinian mysteries, one of ancient Greece's most sacred religious rites, held annually in the town of Eleusis. The mysteries promised initiates a deeper understanding of death and the hope, however dim, of something beyond it. The exact rituals remain, well, mysterious. The Greeks were excellent at keeping secrets when properly terrified, but we do know that the story of Demeter and Persephone lay at the heart of it, and that participants came away changed, not immortal, but comforted. It was perhaps the first afterlife assurance plan. There's something else curious about Hades' kingdom. It is not a place of chaos, but of categories. And no category was more serious than burial. To die without it was to be condemned to wander, unable to enter the gates, unable to be judged, unable to forget. The importance of a proper burial cannot be overstated. Even criminals were sometimes afforded rites, if only to avoid haunting. The soul left unburied became restless, angry, sticky, one might say, in terms of haunting potential. This belief gave rise to entire myths. Antigone defying the law to bury her brother. Odysseus pouring libations to summon the dead. Even Achilles dragging Hector's body around Troy, not just as insult, but to deny him peace. The dead had rights, and the living had duties. It was a delicate ecosystem of remembrance. And yet, despite all the gravity, the underworld was not without its bureaucracy. The judges, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Iacchus, presided over souls like a celestial tribunal. They were not Olympian gods, but mortals rewarded with promotions. Minos, in particular, was viewed as the chief judge. A former king of Crete, now sorting shades like a mythical civil servant. Their judgments were based on life's deeds, though the criteria were flexible. Heroism helped, so did piety. Excessive hubris, on the other hand, tended to result in more unpleasant accommodations. Still, most people didn't land in Tartarus. That was reserved for the worst offenders, oath breakers, kinslayers, and those who really annoyed the gods. The rest, as we've said, shuffled quietly off to the asphodel meadows, where they wandered like half-remembered dreams. But it is in Hades and Persephone's duality that we glimpse something timeless. They are not light and dark, but stillness and return. Hades is the final silence. Persephone, the whisper that breaks it. He holds the keys. She walks between worlds. Their reign is not built on thunder or glory, but inevitability. And in Greek thought, there is something sacred about inevitability. The underworld was not feared because it was monstrous. It was feared because it was permanent. It was fair, unyielding. Even the gods bowed to its rules. When Sarpedon, the son of Zeus, died on the battlefield, not even his divine parent could intervene. His body was carried off, his soul dispatched quietly, irrevocably, to Hades. Fate did not bend, not even for Olympus. And here perhaps lies the true power of the underworld's rulers, not in their wealth or their throne, but in their restraint. Hades never rebels. Persephone never abandons her post. They do not flaunt. They do not conquer. They endure. In a pantheon filled with drama, they remain silent and eternal. It's rather elegant in its own way. Most gods demand attention. Hades and Persephone ask only to be remembered. So the next time you hear the rustle of wind through dry leaves, or feel the hush of winter settling over the earth, you might think of them. The quiet king and the queen who returns. They are not here to punish. They are here to remind that everything ends, that everything returns, and somewhere in the dark beneath the earth, they are waiting, not with malice, but with certainty. Now, let us leave their shadowed court behind, for in our next descent, you'll meet the judges of the dead themselves and explore how morality, memory, and myth intertwine in the soul's final trial. Just be sure to bring your best defense. If you thought death in ancient Greece meant a simple fade to black, think again. The Greeks had a deep fondness for formality, and the afterlife was no exception. Once you'd been ferried across the river, nodded politely at the three-headed dog, and stepped into the shadowed halls of Hades, there was one final obstacle to overcome: judgment. Because even in death there's paperwork. Welcome then to the tribunal of the dead, presided over not by gods, but by three rather serious-looking mortals who had earned through various deeds in life the eternal privilege of sorting souls like celestial customs officers. Their names were Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Iacchus. Collectively, they judged every soul that entered the underworld. Individually, well, they each brought their own flavor to the court. Let's begin with Minos, former king of Crete, builder of labyrinths, wrangler of minotaurs. The myths describe him as wise, fair, and occasionally terrifying. In life, he was something of a mixed bag, prone to wrath, but fond of justice. In death, he was promoted to the highest bench, chief judge robed in dignity, always frowning. He wasn't alone, of course. Rhadamanthus, his brother, was renowned for his unwavering honesty and incorruptible nature, qualities that then as now often made someone utterly exhausting at parties. He was assigned the souls of Easterners, Greeks from Asia Minor and the islands, and is said to have judged with a kind of moral purity that brooked no excuses. If you were a trickster or even vaguely smug, Rhadamanthus likely sent you packing. And then there was Iacchus, ruler of the island of Aegina in life and in death, the judge of those from the Western world, especially mainland Greeks. Iacchus had a rather impressive resume, even by mythological standards. He'd helped build the walls of Troy with Poseidon and Apollo, and was famed for his piety. Not a man to cross lightly. The idea of three judges comes not just from myth, but from the Greeks' own legal culture. The city-states of Greece often used citizen juries to determine guilt, and the notion that the dead too would be weighed and questioned was entirely in keeping with the social order. Death, it seems, was simply another court date, only this one was final. Of course, there was no cross-examination, no witty lawyers in togas. Your life was your testimony, your deeds, your defense. What counted as virtue? The Greeks had opinions: civic duty, honor in battle, respect for the gods, hospitality, generosity, and an avoidance of hubris, that ever-present sin of overstepping one's mortal place. The punishment for hubris, you'll recall, was rarely a slap on the wrist. It was usually more creative. Eternal hunger, unreachable water, rolling a boulder forever. In many cases, the worst offenders were sent to Tartarus, a kind of maximum security wing for moral degenerates. But for most, the process was less theatrical. The average soul upon arrival would be judged and sent to one of three places: asphodel for the neither here nor there crowd, Elysium for the righteous, Tartarus for the truly wicked. It was not a precise theology. The Greeks were more poetic than prescriptive. But it worked. people behaved better when they believed someone was keeping score, even posthumously. Interestingly, the process wasn't just moral. Memory played a role. In Orphic belief, those mystery cults that sprung up in later centuries, the soul's memory was a key component of judgment. The Orphics taught that most people drank from Lethe, the river of forgetfulness, and wandered asphodel in dreamy amnesia. But the wise drank instead from Mnemosyne, the river of memory. They remembered who they were, what they had done, and crucially, how to escape the cycle. For the Orphics believed in reincarnation, not eternal rest, but repeated trials. The soul, if it failed to achieve purity, would be reborn again and again, a cosmic loop of mortality until it finally earned release. The judges in this system were not simply clerks. They were gatekeepers to higher truths. Your judgment might determine not where you rested, but where you started next. This idea likely had Eastern influences. India and Persia had long traditions of cyclical rebirth, but it blended neatly with Greek notions of fate, character, and consequence, and it raised the stakes. Death was not the end. It was a checkpoint. Let's turn for a moment to a few notable defendants. First, Sisyphus, king, trickster, and possibly the most annoying man in mythology. He cheated death twice, mocked the gods, tied up Thanatos, the personification of death itself. When he finally died properly, the judges did not bother with subtlety. He was sentenced to push a boulder uphill for eternity, a task so famously pointless that it's now a metaphor for modern email. Then there's Tantalus, who thought it would be clever to serve his own son at a banquet for the gods. Unsurprisingly, this did not go over well. His punishment: to stand in a pool of water beneath a tree of fruit, both forever just out of reach. Hunger and thirst without end, despite being surrounded by abundance. A sort of divine irony. The judges were fond of those. Ixion, meanwhile, tried to seduce Hera. Not a bright idea. Zeus bound him to a flaming spinning wheel for eternity. Again, the punishment fits the crime. Desire unfulfilled, motion without progress. These examples weren't just stories for entertainment. They were moral instruction. The Greeks used myth to teach what not to do, especially when dealing with family, hospitality, or divine beings with trust issues. Now, one might ask, how fair were the judges? Did they ever make mistakes? Did they quarrel? The myths are oddly silent on this. Perhaps because the Greeks, for all their skepticism, wanted the underworld to feel consistent. Life was chaotic enough. Let death be orderly. It's worth noting that this entire system, rivers, judges, punishments, was not universal across all of Greece. Local beliefs varied. The Homeric vision of the afterlife, for example, was bleaker. In the Odyssey, the dead are little more than shadows. Even mighty Achilles says he'd rather be a poor farmer alive than a dead king. The later, more structured version of the underworld with judges and options reflects a cultural shift toward hope, or at the very least, structure. Philosophers played a role in this evolution. Plato, in particular, loved the idea of posthumous judgment. In his dialogue, Phaedo, Socrates waxes lyrical about the soul's journey. In the Republic, we find the myth of air, a soldier who dies, sees the workings of the afterlife, and returns to tell the tale. In Air's vision, souls choose their next lives based on their past deeds. It's a mix of free will and consequence, laced with poetic justice. Plato's point is clear. How you live matters, not because a god is watching, but because reality itself keeps score. That idea that there is an order to the universe and that death is not the end, but the order stuck. It influenced not only later Greek thought, but Roman religion, early Christian eschatology, and even Renaissance notions of cosmic justice. So what does it all mean? That the Greeks, even in death, sought meaning. They didn't need fire and brimstone. They had form and function. The underworld was not a nightmare. It was a reflection. You saw yourself there, stripped of status, excuse, and ornament. The judges in this view weren't tyrants. They were mirrors, fair, firm, and eternal. And perhaps that's why the Greek underworld endures. It wasn't a place of horror, but of memory, of consequence. A reminder that every choice, every action, ripples beyond the grave. Of course, if that all sounds a bit too serious, you could always be buried with a second coin just in case you want to appeal the verdict. Now then, shall we continue our descent? We've met the rulers. We've stood before the judges. In the next chapter, we take to the waters, the 5 rivers of the underworld, each more poetic and unpleasant than the last. Bring sturdy boots and maybe a towel. The Greeks, being who they were, never let a good story get in the way of a practical detail, even in death. And so, when they imagined the underworld, they didn't picture a vague, empty abyss. They envisioned a terrain, a map, a landscape with rivers, 5 of them to be precise. Each one a symbol, each one a passage. No mere trickling brooks, these. They were the arteries of death itself. Let's begin with the most infamous of them all, Styx. The name alone has a certain weight, harsh, unforgiving, like something you'd name a particularly ill-tempered goat. But in Greek mythology, Styx was the river of hatred, the black current that encircled the underworld 7 times over. It wasn't just a river you crossed. It was one you swore upon. Even the gods feared it. Zeus himself honored oaths made by the Styx. If a god lied while invoking her name, they weren't simply frowned at. No, they were cast into a year-long coma, followed by 9 years of exile from Olympus. That's nearly a decade of divine silence, which for someone like Hermes must have been agony. The goddess Styx, yes, she was a deity as well as a river, was the daughter of Oceanus and Tethys, and the first to side with Zeus in the great war against the Titans. In gratitude, he granted her river the highest honor, the foundation of truth. All oaths sworn upon it were binding. Mortals had the fates. Gods had the Styx. Now if Styx is the river of hatred, then Acheron is the river of sorrow. Its name means woe or pain, and it served as the main crossing point into the underworld. This was the river that the newly dead approached first. At its banks waited Charon, the ever-grumpy ferryman, demanding his coin, an obol tucked beneath the tongue or placed on the eyes during burial. a small price for passage into eternity. Acheron was a river in both myth and amusingly geography. There is an actual Acheron River in northwestern Greece, and ancient people believed it to be a literal entrance to the underworld. You can visit it today, though no one recommends trying to pay the ferryman. Philosophically, Acheron represents the grief of death itself. The crossing is not merely physical, it's emotional. You leave behind the world, your family, your name. The water is not for cleansing, it's for severing. And then we come to Phlegethon, the river of fire. Not metaphorical fire, mind you. Flaming torrents, blazing, ever-burning streams that snake through the most dismal part of the underworld, Tartarus. If you've ever had a holiday go wrong involving lava, you're already familiar with the general vibe. Phlegethon was quite literally hellfire. It didn't just burn, it scorched the very concept of hope. Virgil in the Aeneid described its red-hot flood as hissing and moaning like boiling blood. Charming. In some versions of myth, it even joined the Styx. Hatred and fire mingling together, which sounds rather like a family reunion in certain households. In later thought, especially Roman and Christian interpretations, Phlegethon became associated with punishment, a precursor to the lakes of fire in more familiar models of hell. But in the Greek world, it was less about sin and more about the presence of divine judgment. You didn't fall into Phlegethon because you were naughty. You fell in because the gods had lost patience with you. Cocytus, by contrast, was the river of wailing, a slow, mournful stream that twisted its way through the more desolate reaches of Hades. It was fed, so the poet said, by the tears of the damned, though one suspects that's more poetic metaphor than hydrological science. Still, it served a clear function. It reminded the soul of what it had lost. If Acheron is the grief of leaving life, Cocytus is the grief of what you've done with it. Some sources place Cocytus in the outer reaches of the underworld, where the souls of those who refused proper burial or died in disgrace drifted in endless lamentation, forgotten, unclaimed. Even the name is unpleasant. Cocytus. It sticks in the throat like a sob. Fitting, really. And now we come to Lethe, perhaps the most beguiling river of all, the river of forgetfulness. To drink from Lethe was to forget everything. Your name, your life, your choices, your shame. It was the great eraser, the final mercy, or the final theft, depending on how one viewed it. In most traditions, all souls drank from Lethe before entering the asphodel meadows. It dulled the senses, softened the blow, and reduced the sting of death to a dreamlike haze. You wandered as a shadow, unaware that you had ever been anything else. But the Orphics, those mysterious sectarians who viewed life as a trap and death as a test, had a different view. They warned against drinking from Lethe. They taught their initiates to seek out Mnemosyne, the river of memory. Instead, they buried their dead with tiny tablets engraved with instructions. Do not drink from Lethe. Drink from the pool of Mnemosyne. Remember who you are. Escape the cycle. Wake up. This alternative cosmology reveals a striking tension in Greek thought. Is forgetting a kindness or a curse? Is memory the path to salvation, or a burden we are lucky to lose? The mainstream myths suggest that peace lies in forgetting, The Orphics suggest that peace lies in remembering. Either way, the soul must choose or be chosen. These 5 rivers weren't just scenic backdrops. They were psychological states: sorrow, rage, forgetfulness, fire, and lament. Together, they formed a symbolic journey, one that mirrored the stages of mourning, or perhaps the steps of spiritual transformation. You did not simply die. You crossed rivers. You passed through sorrow. You forgot. You burned. You wept. Only then did you arrive. It's worth remembering that the Underworld, for all its drama, was less about punishment than transition. These rivers weren't obstacles. They were elements of change. Death was not a door. It was a river delta. Every path split and flowed and rejoined in mysterious ways. In art and literature, the rivers appear frequently. In the Odyssey, Odysseus must summon the dead near the Acheron. In Plato's Phaedo describes the great chasms of the earth into which these rivers fall. In Roman epic, the influence persists. Aeneas must navigate these same waters guided by the Sibyl in his journey through the underworld. Even Dante in his Inferno borrowed the names, though he twisted their meanings to fit a new theological framework. Phlegethon becomes a boiling river of blood for murderers. Cocytus is a frozen lake of treachery. The Greek subtlety is gone, replaced by moral bookkeeping. But the names endure, and so too do the metaphors. We still speak of crossing rivers, of burning bridges, of drinking to forget. These ancient currents flow into our language, our imagination, our dreams. The Greeks didn't just map the afterlife. They mapped the inner life with rivers that reflected the soul's passage more accurately than any chart or compass. Today, one might be tempted to dismiss these as quaint fables, dusty footnotes in a forgotten religion. But think of how we still talk about loss. Grief comes in waves. Memory flows, sorrow pools, fire consumes. The metaphors have never left us. The rivers are still there. So when your own days feel like wandering between banks, when you wade through sadness or forget your purpose or burn with regret, you are in a sense walking old paths. You are retracing ancient watercourses. You are remembering what the Greeks already knew. That death is not a moment. It is a journey. And the soul, like a leaf on the current, drifts slowly into something deeper. And in the next chapter, we'll meet the ferryman who starts it all. Charon, keeper of the crossing. Just don't forget your coin. He's terribly fussy about that. By now, you've died. You've descended. You've passed judgment. You've crossed, at least metaphorically, a number of troubling rivers. And just before you truly enter the realm of the dead, there's one more figure standing between you and the next stage of your existence. He doesn't smile. He doesn't ask how your journey was. He's not even particularly chatty. This is Charon, the ferryman of the underworld, the man with the boat and the world's most stubborn coin policy. Charon, whose name means something between fierce brightness and keen gaze, depending on how poetic your ancient Greek is one of the most iconic figures of the underworld, and rightly so. He's the first employee you meet. Less a greeter, more a gatekeeper, and absolutely allergic to small talk. His job is simple. Ferry the newly dead across the river Acheron, or in some versions, the Styx, and deposit them on the shores of Hades' kingdom. It sounds mundane until you realize he's been doing this job without a single day off since the dawn of human death. No wonder he's cranky. But before we get too deep into his performance review, let's talk logistics. In order to gain passage on Charon's boat, you need to have been buried properly, which, in ancient Greek terms, meant more than just digging a hole. The dead had to be prepared with rites, prayers, and most importantly, a coin. An obol, a small silver or bronze piece placed under the tongue or on the eyes. This wasn't symbolic. This was fair. And Charon, for all his glowering silence, did not run a charity. Without payment, the soul was denied boarding. No exceptions. You'd be forced to wait indefinitely on the shores. A ghostly backlog of unpaid passengers. In Homer's Odyssey, such souls wander, forgotten and unclaimed, murmuring like wind through reeds. Not punished exactly, just stuck, which arguably is worse. This is why across the Greek world, burial customs were taken so seriously. To die without one was a kind of spiritual homelessness. Even enemies were sometimes buried out of sheer fear of divine retaliation. Leaving a corpse unburied was not just an insult, it was a curse. It invited hauntings, plagues, and all manner of civic inconvenience. The dead were expected to behave, but only if the living did their part first. Charon then became more than just a mythological boatman. He was a symbol of transition and of obligation. He stood for the idea that death had terms. And if those terms weren't met, the dead suffered a slow, bureaucratic purgatory, not because they were evil, simply because they weren't processed. Now, visually speaking, Charon evolved quite a bit. In early Greek vase paintings, he is a ragged old man with a hood, a heavy beard, and a long pole. Practical, unsentimental. The kind of fellow who looks like he's been commuting the same route since before Prometheus stole fire. Later, Roman interpretations turned him more skeletal and monstrous. Gaunt, grim, with hollow eyes and hollow cheeks. The prototype for our modern Grim Reaper. But the Greeks preferred their Charon, weary, not wicked. He was never depicted as evil. He didn't torture, he didn't judge. He simply performed his duty with the kind of grim professionalism you might expect from a career tax auditor or an underpaid museum guard. He shows up in vase art, solemn and unsmiling, greeting Hermes as he delivers yet another batch of souls. The two rarely chat. There is, after all, work to be done. Even the gods seem to leave him alone. Hades didn't micromanage, and Hermes just dropped the souls off at the terminal like a supernatural delivery driver. Charon got them across. No fuss, no glory. Charon's boat, interestingly, was never described in much detail. The Greeks weren't terribly concerned with nautical specs. There are no poetic flourishes about carved wood or sails woven by nymphs. What mattered was the crossing, that brief, irreversible journey from the world of the living to the world of the dead. The boat was not a vehicle, it was a moment. And moments in Greek mythology always matter. In some tales, Charon appears beyond his usual role. During Heracles' 12th labor, the fetching of Cerberus from the underworld, the hero, very much alive, demands passage. Charon, to his credit, refuses, but Heracles, being Heracles, persuades him in the usual Greek heroic fashion, with fists. The ferryman is roughed up. The hero crosses, and as punishment, Charon is imprisoned for a year. You can imagine his union rep had a field day. Another famous visitor is Orpheus, who charms Charon not with strength, but with song. His music, so heartbreakingly beautiful, softens even the ferryman's crusty heart. And he allows Orpheus to pass in search of Eurydice. It's a rare moment of leniency, or possibly just a welcome break from centuries of silence. Then there's Aeneas, the Roman hero who approaches Charon in Virgil's Aeneid. When the ferryman sees him alive with a sword and shield, he scoffs. "No living man crosses here," he says in so many Latin words. But when Aeneas produces the golden bow, a sort of divine hall pass, Charon mutters, grumbles, and waves him aboard. He doesn't like it, but rules are rules. These stories reveal something crucial. Charon is not cruel. He's lawful. He obeys the order of things. He respects the boundaries between life and death. And when those boundaries are broken, even by heroes, even by fate, he does not rejoice. He winces. Because really, it's just more work for him. In Greek tragedy and philosophy, Charon looms large. He is not a personification of death. That would be Thanatos, but rather its administrator. He doesn't come for you. He waits, always waiting, a shadow by the shore. He became so iconic that his name and his crossing entered common expression. The fare to Charon was a phrase for death itself. Poets described their characters as boarding the boat or handing over the obol. The metaphor was so entrenched that even centuries later in Christian and Islamic law, echoes of the ferryman persist. There's even archaeological evidence of his importance. Excavations across the Greek world from Attica to Sicily have uncovered graves with coins purposefully placed in mouths. Inscriptions on Orphic tablets speak directly to Charon. "Tell him I am a child of earth and starry heaven. Let me pass." Even in death, it seems there was protocol. And in a way, Charon's presence raises deep questions. If you must pay to enter the next world, what does that say about justice, about economy, about legacy? The Greeks weren't sure, but they knew one thing. Death had structure. You didn't just vanish. You queued. You waited. And when your time came, you climbed aboard. There's also something slightly comedic about him. Here is a man, assuming we can call him that, who has had the same job for all eternity, who meets millions of souls and says nothing, who rows in silence, always forward, never back, who never once takes a wrong turn, who has probably at some point cursed every philosopher, hero, and singer who tried to sneak in under special terms. Some versions of the myth even hint that Charon once had a temple of his own, a minor shrine in a forgotten village, or perhaps just a quiet offering placed on a dock, a crust of bread, a coin, a whisper. Not because people loved him, but because they respected him. Because they hoped one day when they met him, he might not be in one of his moods. And yet, for all his gruffness, he's essential. Charon is the transition, the moment of crossing, the boundary made visible. The Greeks didn't picture death as a fall or a door, but a journey. And every journey needs a boatman. So if you ever find yourself on a misty riverbank, staring into dark waters, and you see a hunched figure waiting with a pole, be respectful. Be ready. And for heaven's sake, have exact change. Because no matter how brave you are, no matter how wise, how famous, how prepared, no one rides for free. Now that we've crossed into the underworld, met its rulers, judges, rivers, and ferryman, it's time to turn our gaze deeper still. In the next chapter, we meet the heroes who defied death, who descended into this realm while still breathing and sometimes made it back again. They are not many, but their stories still echo in the dark. For most mortals, death was a one-way journey. You lived, you died, you paid your coin to Charon, and you moved on with varying degrees of dignity, depending on how you behaved above ground. But there were a few notable exceptions. Mortals who stepped across the boundary without waiting for death to claim them, who descended into the underworld alive and more miraculously came back. Not ghosts, not souls, but breathing bodies in a place that didn't welcome breath. These are the katabasis stories from the Greek word katabasis, meaning descent. In myth, they're always dramatic. In reality, well, if one believes in such things, likely traumatic. Yet, they offer something rare in Greek thought. A bridge between worlds, a glimpse into the realm of the dead, filtered through the eyes of the living. Let's begin with one of the most famous, Orpheus, son of the muse Calliope, and by all accounts, the finest musician in the ancient world. Orpheus didn't wield a sword, he didn't slay monsters, he played the lyre, and when he did, even stones wept. His music could calm storms, charm animals, and as it turns out, briefly rearrange the rules of life and death. When his wife Eurydice died, a serpent bite, as always in myth, Orpheus was inconsolable. But rather than curse the gods or tear his robes, he did something far more unsettling. He walked into the underworld. No army, no trickery, just a man and a lyre. Stepping past the gates of Hades as if he had an appointment. And incredibly, the underworld listened. Cerberus laid down his many heads. The Furies, normally immune to sentiment, stopped gnashing their teeth. Even Hades and Persephone, notoriously unmoved by mortals, found themselves blinking back a tear or two. Orpheus asked for one thing. Eurydice returned to life. He didn't beg. He sang. The rulers agreed with one condition. Eurydice would follow him back, but he must not look back at her until they reached the upper world. If he turned, even for a moment, she would be lost. And so he walked step by step through the blackness, her footsteps behind him faint. But there he reached the surface, saw the sunlight rise, and turned just before she crossed. One glance, and she was gone, this time forever. The myth, of course, is tragic, but it speaks to a deeper idea that death is not only final, but perilously delicate. Even love, even art can't defy it fully. And Orpheus, for all his gifts, forgot that the rules below are not like those above. Now, if Orpheus's journey is poetic, Heracles is muscular. His katabasis was one of his 12 labors. To descend into Hades and bring back Cerberus the three-headed hound, alive and uninjured. Why? Well, because King Eurystheus, who issued the labors, was running out of ideas. And perhaps because even a petty king enjoys seeing a demigod squirm, Heracles prepared carefully. He was nothing if not methodical in his violence. He sought the help of Hermes and Athena, was purified in Eleusis, and then marched boldly down into the realm of the dead. No lyre, no tears, just brute force and a lion's skin cloak. He asked Hades politely for Cerberus. Hades, perhaps amused, agreed on the condition that Heracles subdue the beast without weapons. Heracles, never one to shy away from a challenge involving wrestling something with too many heads, tackled Cerberus with his bare hands, wrestled him into submission, and dragged him snarling back to the surface. It was not an act of love. It was not tragic, but it was the sort of heroism the Greeks admired. Raw, unapologetic, and practical. Heracles didn't conquer death, but he manhandled its guardian, and that was close enough. Then there's Theseus, who, along with his slightly less intelligent friend Pirithous, also tried to enter the underworld. Their goal: kidnap Persephone, the queen of the dead, and make her Pirithous' bride. Now, this was not a plan born of brilliance. Hades, upon meeting the two heroes, smiled, which, given the context, should have been a warning. He invited them to sit. They did, and immediately found themselves fused to their seats, physically stuck, bound by magic, perhaps even fate. They remained that way, eternally immobilized on the so-called chair of forgetfulness, until Heracles, during his own catabasis, found them and managed to free Theseus. Pirithous, however, was left behind. The gods were not keen on rescuing someone whose great ambition was to seduce the wife of death. The tale is instructive. Don't mess with the queen of the underworld, and never go adventuring with a friend who has ideas above his mythological station. One of the most haunting catabasis stories, though, is found in Homer's Odyssey. In Book 11, Odysseus is told to seek prophecy from the dead, specifically from the blind seer, Tiresias. To do so, he sails to the edge of the world and performs a ritual, digging a trench, pouring libations of honey, milk, wine, and blood, and calling forth the spirits of the dead, and they come in droves. Not just Tiresias, but warriors, queens, mothers, lost shipmates. Even Achilles, who declares mournfully that he would rather be a poor man alive than a king among the dead. It's a chilling thought. The hero of heroes, reduced to longing for the smallest pleasures of life. Odysseus doesn't walk into the underworld. He stands at its edge, but what he sees leaves him shaken. The dead do not sleep peacefully. They hunger, they crowd, they long for remembrance. The journey is not a triumph, it's a reckoning. These catabasis tales serve several purposes. They are first and foremost dramatic. The living walking among the dead has a certain flair, but they also reinforce core ideas of Greek thought, that the underworld is not a place for the living, that its laws are absolute, and that those who defy them rarely emerge unscathed. And yet, the very fact that these stories exist, that mortals did descend and return, suggests something hopeful, crack in the stone, a thread of possibility. Death is final, yes, but not always impenetrable. Later traditions will expand on this. In Roman myth, Aeneas doesn't just visit the dead. He meets his father, receives wisdom, and sees the souls of future Romans waiting to be born. For Virgil, the underworld is not only memory, but prophecy. In the Orphic mysteries, the soul descends not once, but many times, through lifetimes seeking purification. Their catabasis is not a single heroic feat, but a spiritual map. The soul falls, forgets, remembers, and returns until it finds release. Their heroes are not warriors, but initiates. These stories influenced everything that came after. Dante's Inferno, with its guided tour through hell, is one long catabasis. Christ's descent into the underworld in Christian tradition echoes the same structure. Even modern literature borrows the trope. The hero who must descend into darkness, face death, and come back changed. In all these tales, the descent is not punishment. It's transformation. And perhaps that's what the Greeks understood best. That to face death, to look into it, walk beside it, and still return is the greatest knowledge of all. The hero doesn't conquer death. He survives it. He sees its rules, and he learns how to live differently. So whether one carries a lyre, a club, or a coin, the lesson is the same. Those who walk into the underworld must leave something behind and never return quite the same. In the next chapter, we'll travel deeper than any hero ever dared to Tartarus, the prison beneath even Hades. A place not for mortals, but for monsters, titans, and those who offended the gods in ways that simply couldn't be ignored. Bring a torch and a sense of proportion. Beneath the underworld, beneath the rivers, beneath the meadows of asphodel and the fields of Elysium, lies something darker, older, less a place, more a consequence. A pit not carved into the earth, but into the bones of myth itself. Welcome to Tartarus, the prison of the damned and the divine, the abyss at the edge of everything. In the beginning there was chaos, and out of chaos came Gaia Earth, and from Gaia both Uranus the sky and Tartarus the pit. The ancient poets were quite clear on this. Tartarus was not just a location, it was a primordial being, a presence, a kind of cosmic depth. If Gaia was the ground beneath your feet, Tartarus was the endless drop beneath that ground, the no further of the universe. Later, the word Tartarus became shorthand for the lowest region of Hades. But originally, it was far worse. In Hesiod's Theogony, it said that an anvil falling from heaven would take 9 days to reach Earth, and another 9 to fall from Earth to Tartarus. That's how far down we're talking. Not a hole, but a boundary. A containment zone for what even the gods couldn't allow to roam free. Tartarus was used to imprison the Titans, those colossal elemental beings who ruled before the Olympians. During the Titanomachy, the great war between the gods and their predecessors, Zeus and his siblings fought from Mount Olympus, while the Titans hurled mountains from Othrys. When the dust finally settled, the Olympians won with some help from the Hecatoncheires, 100-handed giants useful in a scrap. And the Titans locked in Tartarus. They weren't just dropped in like stones down a well. They were bound in chains of adamant, indestructible divine metal and sealed away. Cronus, once king of the cosmos, now languished in silence. Some versions say he sleeps still, others that he contemplates revenge. But none suggest escape. Because Tartarus isn't a prison you can leave. It's a punishment you become. Yet, the Titans weren't the only residents. Enter Sisyphus, the most clever man who ever lived, and perhaps the most irritating. King of Corinth. Sisyphus had a habit of angering the gods. He chained up Thanatos, the personification of death, to prevent people from dying. For a while, this worked surprisingly well, until Ares intervened, furious that no one was dying in battle anymore. When Sisyphus was finally caught, he convinced his wife not to bury him, then complained to Persephone that he hadn't received proper rites and thus couldn't be dead yet. She let him return to the living world to sort it out, whereupon he promptly refused to come back. Twice he escaped death. But third time's the charm. He was sentenced to Tartarus, where he now pushes a boulder up a hill for eternity, only for it to roll down just before reaching the top. Every time, hope followed by failure. An endless loop of almost. And then there's Tantalus, who thought it wise to test the gods' omniscience by serving them a stew made from his son. The gods, fortunately, noticed the suspicious flavor. Tantalus was punished by being placed in a pool of water beneath a fruit tree. But whenever he reached to drink or eat, the water would recede and the fruit lift away. Hunger without satisfaction, desire without reward. From him we get the word tantalize, a reminder that language remembers cruelty. There's Ixion too, mortal king, murderer, and general menace who tried to seduce Hera. Zeus, testing him, created a cloud in Hera's shape. Ixion, ever charming, fell for it. From that union came the race of centaurs. Zeus, unimpressed, bound Ixion to a flaming wheel that spins for eternity. The Greeks, you see, had a particular genius for fitting punishment to crime. And then we have the Danaids, the 50 daughters of Danaus, many of whom murdered their husbands on their wedding night. Their punishment: to fill a leaky vessel with water endlessly like Sisyphus, like Tantalus, condemned not by pain, but by futility. Tartarus isn't fire and brimstone, it's failure on repeat. The Greeks didn't invent this type of punishment. Mesopotamian and Egyptian myths have their own versions. But the Greeks made it elegant, personal, morally ironic. If you lied, you were denied truth. If you cheated, you were tricked. If you tried to surpass the gods, you were crushed by your own ambition. And speaking of ambition, one of the most fascinating inhabitants of Tartarus is a monster who never actually lived among men. Typhon, born of Gaia and Tartarus, Typhon was a storm of a creature. He had 100 dragon heads, each spitting fire and wings that stretched across the heavens. He challenged Zeus directly and nearly won. For a time, the gods fled in fear. According to the Homeric hymn to Dionysus, they transformed into animals and hid in Egypt, a delightful bit of mythological crossover. But eventually Zeus rallied, struck Typhon with a thunderbolt, and buried him under Mount Etna. Some say his fiery breath still fuels the volcano. Typhon wasn't placed in Tartarus just to contain him, but to ensure he could never rise again. Tartarus, in this sense, isn't a place. It's a lid. The Greek view of punishment wasn't purely about cruelty. It was about restoring balance. Cosmic crime demanded cosmic consequence, not in the name of revenge, but in the name of order. The universe had a rhythm, and those who disrupted it were flung to the margins to Tartarus. Yet, strangely, Tartarus wasn't just a place for punishment. In some esoteric traditions, particularly among the Orphics and Pythagoreans, Tartarus was also a place of purification, a fiery crucible for the soul, burning away its misdeeds, preparing it for eventual rebirth. Reincarnation, after all, was a deeply held belief in some Greek circles. To these thinkers, Tartarus was more than hell. It was transformation. Even Plato in his dialogue, Gorgias, offers a vision of the afterlife where souls are sent to Tartarus for temporary penance. Not everyone stays forever. Some return chastened, enlightened. That idea of punishment as cleansing marks a shift from myth to philosophy. But let's not romanticize it too much. For the poets, Tartarus remained the dark basement of the world, a place where screams echo endlessly and the air tastes of iron, a place not just beyond life, but beyond meaning. And if you think no one ever dared visit it, well, think again. Heracles, as mentioned, descended to fetch Cerberus. But some say he glimpsed Tartarus too, peered into its chasm, heard the weeping. He said nothing about what he saw. He just came back stronger. Orpheus, during his descent, heard a sound from a distance. Not music, not speech, a kind of grinding, perhaps the wheel of Ixion, perhaps something older. In later Roman poetry, Lucan describes Tartarus in horrifying detail, full of ghosts, gorgons, and the ashes of hope. It became the model for later Christian hell. But the Greek version always retained something cooler, more clinical. You weren't burned. You were bored. You weren't screaming. You were straining. It's also worth noting that Tartarus wasn't for mortals. Not most of them. You had to do something truly memorable. Kill kin, defy the gods, meddle with fate. Everyday cowardice or greed didn't get you sent there. No, that earned you the asphodel meadows, which, depending on your tolerance for gray landscapes, might have been just as bad. In this way, Tartarus stood apart. It was a warning, a boundary, and a narrative tool. And it's still with us, really. The word Tartarus has persisted into modern language. It shows up in video games, novels, theology, and even cooking. Though tartar sauce is mercifully unrelated, it's our cultural shorthand for the worst that can happen. Not pain, not even fear, but eternal consequence. Because for the Greeks, that was the true horror. Not death itself, but what came after. Not punishment, but being remembered only for your crime. To live on in myth, not as a hero, but as an example, a warning. So, next time you hear of someone getting away with it, remember in Greek thought, no one truly does. Not in the long run, not in the mythic rhythm of the cosmos. Justice may be slow, but it's thorough. In our next chapter, we climb out of the abyss and walk into the light. Not the world of mortals, but Elysium, the paradise of heroes philosophers, and poets. But don't relax just yet. Even paradise has conditions, and sometimes the reward is more complicated than the punishment. If Tartarus is the grim basement of the cosmos, all chains, futility, and divine disappointment, then Elysium is its golden attic, a place of gentle winds, endless spring, and soft music played on harps that never go out of tune. But don't get too comfortable. This is Greek mythology after all, and even paradise comes with paperwork. Elysium, or the Elysian fields, was the reward for the exceptionally good, the notably heroic, and occasionally the just plain well-connected. While most souls drifted through the gray anonymity of the asphodel meadows, and the very worst were dropped screaming into Tartarus, a lucky few awoke in Elysium to find themselves not suffering, which by Greek standards was astonishing. But let's not confuse this with heaven. Elysium wasn't granted by mercy or faith. It was earned through courage, through virtue, through proximity to the gods. You didn't get in by confessing. You got in by mattering. The earliest mentions of Elysium appear in Homer. In the Odyssey, the hero Menelaus is told that he will not die, but will be sent to the ends of the earth, to Elysium, where life is easy, the air is always sweet, and the sea breeze sings. No snow, no storms, just peace. One imagines Menelaus, who spent 10 years fighting at Troy and another decade wandering, rather appreciated the offer. In Homer's version, Elysium is not underground. It's far away at the ends of the earth, near the river Oceanus. It's not a place of the dead so much as a reward for very specific mortals. Early Elysium, in other words, is not democratic, it's elite. But over time, the myth evolved. By the time of Pindar in the 5th century BCE, becomes less a physical location and more a spiritual destination. Souls judged to be righteous were sent there. Not just heroes, but poets, philosophers, even athletes. Those who had lived not just boldly, but well. Later still, under Orphic and Pythagorean influence, the concept of reincarnation took hold. And here, Elysium became part of a cycle. If a soul lived virtuously, it might go to Elysium. If it lived that way 3 times in a row, 3 virtuous lives, it could escape the wheel of rebirth altogether and be granted eternal bliss in the Isles of the Blessed. Think of it as the VIP lounge of paradise, the reward for mastering mortality. What did one do in Elysium? The myths are vague, which is quite on brand for paradise. It's always a bit underdefined. Some sources suggest you could spend eternity enjoying athletic contests, music, feasts, and philosophical conversation. An endless symposium, but without the hangover. Others describe Elysium as a place of calm, where the soul is no longer restless, no longer yearning, simply content. One later tradition paints it like a permanent springtime countryside. No extremes, no chaos, just balance, as if the very climate were a reward. There is no farming in Elysium, but the fruit grows on trees. There is no fire, but the warmth is constant. No need for temples or sacrifices. Here the gods are at peace too, or perhaps simply absent, having already rendered their judgment. It wasn't gaudy. There were no gold streets, no gem-studded gates. Instead, Elysium was imagined as a field, green, open, bathed in sunlight with a river running through it. Trees in bloom, birds singing, nothing sharp or bitter. Even the shadows were soft. You could walk forever and never grow tired. You could rest forever and never grow bored. But crucially, Elysium wasn't for everyone. Most souls didn't qualify. The asphodel meadows, with its fog and forgetfulness, remained the default. Elysium had standards. The judges of the dead, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus, were the gatekeepers, and they were not known for leniency. Even the gods rarely interfered with the process. Zeus didn't hand out Elysium passes to favorites. Hades didn't make exceptions. The system once in motion was remarkably impartial. Unless, of course, you were favored by the gods during life. In which case, as in all things Greek, the rules occasionally bent. Among the most famous Elysian residents was Achilles, though he didn't exactly enjoy it. According to Homer, when Odysseus meets him in the Underworld, Achilles says he would rather be a poor farmer alive than a king among the dead. A bitter sentiment, but one that reflects an earlier view that no afterlife, no matter how pleasant, could compare to the vibrancy of life. But not all agreed. Later poets, Virgil especially, reimagined Elysium as a genuine reward. In the Aeneid, Aeneas visits the Elysian fields and finds not sorrow, but joy. He meets his father Anchises among the blessed. He sees warriors, musicians, statesmen, all at peace. And he learns about the cycle of souls, how they drink from the river Lethe to forget their former lives before being reborn. Here, Elysium becomes not just reward, but a station on a cosmic journey. In some interpretations, the Lethe runs along the edge of Elysium, a kind of threshold. Drink from it and you forget. Stay unthirsty and you remember. The Orphics, always keen on avoiding rebirth, instructed their initiates to avoid Lethe and seek Mnemosyne, the river of memory. That way, the soul could remain awake, aware, and continue toward final liberation. Philosophers loved Elysium. Plato hinted at it in his dialogues, especially when discussing the immortality of the soul. For the wise, the just, and the brave, death was not an end, but a return, a homecoming. Socrates, facing execution, spoke of death as a liberation, not a plunge into darkness, but a step into the light. One imagines he hoped for Elysium, though he was far too humble to say aloud. There's even evidence that Elysium inspired actual behavior. Inscriptions from Orphic burials include phrases like, "I am a child of earth and starry heaven, but my race is of the heavens alone." These souls believed or hoped that they had earned their place in Elysium. They were not begging. They were reciting credentials. This view of paradise, not as charity, but as achievement, is distinctively Greek. It reflects a culture that valued action, virtue, and memory. The gods, for all their thunderbolts and transformations, didn't dominate the afterlife. Mortals did. Their choices mattered. Their stories endured. And those stories made something more than myth. It became a mirror, a goal, a whisper in the ear of those still alive, urging them to live well, because rest, if earned, was real. Interestingly, Elysium wasn't always described as eternal. For some, it was a holding place, a stopover between lives. In certain traditions, even those in Elysium could choose to return to the mortal world if they so wished. In Virgil's Aeneid, Aeneas sees the souls of great Romans to be waiting patiently in Elysium before being reborn into history. The afterlife, it turns out, had recruitment posters. Some souls chose to return, some did not. The idea that paradise includes the option of leaving it is one of the more philosophically haunting aspects of Greek thought. Fulfillment might exist, but so does choice. Even joy cannot always bind a restless spirit. And let us not forget the Isles of the Blessed, sometimes considered an extension of Elysium, other times a separate realm entirely. Reserved for those who lived 3 righteous lives, the Isles were said to be even more beautiful, even more serene. There it was always spring. The breeze was perfumed. The stars shone closer. If Elysium was a dream, the Isles were the dreamer's final piece. Poets, too imagined as a place of legacy, where bards might sit beside their muses, where wisdom flowed like wine, where the noise of war and politics faded into memory. It was not about doing any more. It was about being complete. It's a curious thing that the ancients, so often focused on glory and power, placed the greatest peace not in triumph, but in letting go. That after a life of striving, the prize was a green field and silence. Perhaps they understood what we often forget, that the highest reward is not to be remembered by others, but no longer need to be. And so Elysium waits, not with open arms, but with soft grass, warm sun, and the gentle hush of everything finished. In our next chapter, we descend once more, but not into punishment or paradise. Instead, we meet the beings who keep the underworld running. Creatures, spirits, and divine enforcers who inhabit the space between myth and metaphor. Cerberus, the Furies, the Shadows, those who are not judged, but who judge those who do not rest and make sure others do. By now, we've met the kings and queens of the underworld. We've strolled through its fields, peered into its prisons, and crossed its rivers. But there's another class of inhabitant that we've yet to meet. The enforcers, the watchful eyes, the teeth behind the judgment. These are the creatures and spirits who dwell in the shadows, not to be judged, but to make sure judgment is upheld. They do not rest. They are not reborn. They are the staff. Let us begin with the most iconic of them all. Cerberus, the 3-headed hound who guards the gates of Hades, sometimes called the Hound of Hell, though that's a later Christian phrase. Cerberus is not evil. He's simply thorough. He stands at the threshold of the underworld, not to keep people out, but to keep the dead in. It's an important distinction. The Greeks didn't worry much about demons dragging people to the afterlife. They worried about the dead wandering out again. Cerberus ensured the finality of death. If you passed him, you stayed past. Descriptions of Cerberus vary. In some myths, he has 3 heads, each snarling and independent, perhaps representing past, present, and future. In others, he has 50 or 100. He may also have a mane of snakes, a serpent for a tail, and eyes that see both night and soul. Despite all this terror, Cerberus is remarkably ineffective against certain musical genres. Orpheus, on his descent, famously lulled the hound to sleep with his lyre. In other stories, Heracles subdues him with brute strength, dragging him into the sunlight as part of his 12th labor. A thankless task for Cerberus, who simply wants to do his job without being serenaded, strangled, or kidnapped. Still, he is loyal, fearsome, tireless, and like most underworld entities, he doesn't hate. He simply functions. There is something almost tragic about him. The dog who never leaves his post, never runs, never plays, always watching, always waiting. But Cerberus is not alone. Wander deeper into the gloom, and you'll hear another sound, not growling, but hissing, whispering. This is the realm of the Erinyes, the Furies. 3 of them, typically. Alecto, unceasing, Megaera, grudging, Tisiphone, avenger of murder. They are older than the Olympians, born, some say from the blood of Uranus, when he was castrated by Cronus. Others say they sprang from Night herself. Either way, they are vengeance incarnate. Unlike Cerberus, who stays in Hades, the Furies move freely. They travel to the surface when necessary to punish those who commit heinous crimes. Murder of kin, betrayal of blood, oaths broken beyond repair. They are not malicious. They are meticulous. The Furies are not the punishment. They are the pursuit. They chase. They drive their quarry mad, not through torture, through guilt. In Aeschylus's Oresteia, the Furies pursue Orestes, who has killed his mother to avenge his father. The morality is complex. The gods are conflicted, but the Furies do not debate. They howl, they torment, they claw at the mind until justice is acknowledged, or a new justice is invented to contain them. Eventually, Athena calms them, offers them a new role as Eumenides, the kindly ones, a diplomatic rebranding, if ever there was one. The idea was to give them a shrine, honor, a role within the city's justice system. But one suspects they never quite stopped being Furies. Just quieter now, waiting. And then there are the Shades. The majority of souls in the underworld are not heroes or villains. They are the anonymous dead, the forgotten, the ordinary. These are the Shades, pale, insubstantial, without memory or form. In Homer's Odyssey, Odysseus must feed them blood in order for them to speak. Without it, they drift, murmuring, mindless. In early Greek thought, the shade or psyche is what remains of a person. Not the full self, just the outline, like a dream of someone you once knew. They do not suffer, but neither do they thrive. They do not speak unless spoken to. They are not cruel, but they may be confused. Shades populate the asphodel meadows in vast numbers. Billions of them, one imagines, flickering like candlelight in mist. A field of memoryless souls, each one having lived, loved, died, and now indistinct. It is one of the more haunting visions of the afterlife. Not torment, not reward, just erosion. And yet, even the Shades must be watched, managed. And here we meet another class of beings, the daimons of the underworld. These are not demons in the Christian sense. but lesser spirits. Some guide souls, some guard rivers, some drift between roles, shadows in service to Hades. Among them are the Keres, the spirits of violent death, as war, plague, accidents. They do not kill. They arrive when death is inevitable, like buzzards, but with a sense of timing. Hesiod calls them daughters of night, sisters of doom. In battle, they drift above, waiting for blood to spill. They are drawn to it, not to cause it, to witness it. There are also spirits called lampades, torch-bearing nymphs, who accompany Hecate, the goddess of witchcraft and crossroads. They guide souls in ritual. They flicker in the dark corners of the world, especially at the edge of night or when the moon is thin. Unlike the Furies or Cerberus, they are not feared, but they are never far. And we must not forget Charon, our ferryman from Chapter 5, who continues to row back and forth, patient, silent. He is not a creature in the bestial sense, but he is part of this cast, an underworld staff member, a cog in the machine, reliable, underpaid, immortal. The Greeks imagined the underworld as fully staffed, fully organized. There were guards, messengers, guides, enforcers, even border patrol. But there was no king's guard in shining armor, no choir of angels, no gloating demons. The underworld was dignified, grave. It policed itself with ritual, memory, and myth. Now, step back for a moment. Ask, what do these beings represent? Cerberus is not just a guard dog. He's the line between life and death, crossable in only one direction, and even then, not easily. The Furies are not just angry goddesses. They are the embodiment of consequence, especially the kind we try to forget. The guilt that doesn't go away, the memory that festers, the voice that whispers, "You know what you did?" The shades are not merely souls. They are the inevitability of being forgotten, a reflection of the Greek fear, not of death, but of oblivion. To die is natural, but to be unremembered, that is tragic. And the demonic figures, the Keres, the lampades, they remind us that not all of death is planned. Not all is fair. Some deaths come screaming, unexpected. Some slip through cracks. The underworld acknowledges them all, tracks them all, processes them all. Even the gods fear some of these beings. When Hera, queen of the heavens, seeks revenge, she doesn't always throw lightning. She whispers to the Furies. She stirs up the spirits. She moves the pieces that cannot be moved by Olympian decree. Hades and Persephone too rely on this retinue. They do not rule through fear. They rule through structure. And structure must be upheld not by laws, but by those who live in the cracks between laws. The underworld creatures do not judge. They enforce. One must also mention Hecate, a complex figure often shown holding twin torches. Though not confined to the underworld, she is closely associated with it. She walks between worlds, goddess of magic, crossroads, and ghosts. She was invoked in household rituals and major rites alike. She presides over entrances, not just literal doors, but thresholds of transformation. She is there when a soul crosses from life to death, and perhaps when one tries to return. In some versions, Hecate is honored as a companion of Persephone, or even her guide. She is not one of the dead, but she moves among them, and they obey her. It is fascinating how many of these figures are female. The Furies, the Keres, the Lampades, Hecate herself. The ancient Greeks saw in death a feminine power, not soft, not maternal, but relentless, precise, watching. And that may be the most striking thing about these creatures of the underworld. They are not evil. They are inevitable. They do not break the rules. They are the rules. They are the jaws of justice, the teeth behind myth, the reminder that death, like life, has a bureaucracy and it must be obeyed. And yet, in all of this, there is something comforting. The underworld is not chaos. It is order. It is staffed. It is monitored. One does not fall into it and vanish. One is received, processed, watched. That may not be cheery, but it is dignified. Perhaps that's why the Greeks feared the underworld, but did not hate it. They respected it. It was not wild. It was civilized in a way that only eternity can be. Next, we reach our final descent, not into a place, but into an idea. What did the underworld mean to the ancient Greeks? What did death teach them about life? In our final chapter, we'll explore how philosophers, poets, and common people alike imagined what came after and why it mattered so deeply to those still breathing. If you followed us this far, past the rivers and gates, past judgment, through the fields and the fire, past guardians, singers, heroes, and kings, you might be tempted to ask the ultimate question. What exactly was the point? What did the ancient Greeks believe about death? Not just its mechanisms, not just its geography, but its meaning. Why build an entire mythology layer by layer, soul by soul, creature by creature, unless it taught you something about life? The underworld, for all its gloom, was not just a cosmic warehouse of souls. It was a mirror, a moral map, a story the Greeks told themselves and each other about how to live well and how to die well. In this final chapter, we look not just at Hades and Persephone or Tartarus and Elysium, but at the Greeks themselves and how the dead shaped the living. To begin with, we must recognize that the Greeks feared death deeply, but not in the way one might assume. They didn't fear fire or demons or eternal torture. Those are later anxieties. What they feared more than pain was erasure. To die was natural. To be forgotten, that was unbearable. This is why so many Greek heroes are obsessed with glory. Kleos. Achilles doesn't fight at Troy for wealth or safety. He fights for memory, to be sung of, to be known. For the Greeks, fame was a form of afterlife, not in heaven, but in story. The only immortality a mortal could truly earn. This fear of being forgotten shaped everything from funeral rites to epic poetry. Here the dead had to be buried, mourned, named. Their tombs marked, their deeds recorded. A nameless grave was a kind of second death. And the underworld was filled with those who had not been remembered, shades who had lost not only their lives, but their identities. The idea of psyche, the soul, evolved over time. In Homer, the soul is something like breath. When you die, it leaves. It has no power, no self, In later thought, particularly under Orphic and philosophical influence, the soul becomes more a moral essence, a passenger perhaps, traveling from body to body, capable of growth, even salvation. This led to the idea that death wasn't the end of a person, but the next step in a process, a transformation. For the Pythagoreans, the soul was divine, trapped in the body like a prisoner in a cell. Death released it. If you lived wisely, the soul ascended or escaped the cycle of rebirth altogether. The Orphics went further. They offered detailed instructions for the soul's journey. Small gold tablets found in graves from southern Italy to Crete bear cryptic inscriptions. One reads, "I am a child of earth and starry heaven, but my race is of the heavens alone. You yourselves know this. I have drunk from the cold spring of memory." These were not prayers. They were passwords. The soul upon death recited them to prove its identity, its purity, its belonging. In these traditions, the underworld became less a final resting place and more a kind of checkpoint, a border crossing. Souls were weighed, tested, moved, perhaps judged, certainly observed. But while mystery cults and philosophers developed these ideas, most Greeks remained grounded. They mourned their dead with ritual and reverence, not for fear of punishment, but for fear of absence. To leave the dead unburied was to disrupt the order of things, to anger the gods, but also more tenderly to break the bond between generations. Funeral practices were precise. The body washed, anointed, wrapped. Mourners keened and sang. Coins were placed for Karen. Of course, libations poured, names spoken, offerings left. A procession led the dead to their tombs where they were laid with items from life. Cups, mirrors, armor, toys, not because they would use them, but because they spoke of who the dead had been. And the living returned to the tombs. Anniversaries, festivals, shared meals among the stones. The dead were not shut away. They were hosted. This closeness to death shaped Greek architecture, poetry, even politics. Pericles, in his famous funeral oration, didn't praise the dead simply for dying bravely. He praised them for giving Athens its memory, its identity. In remembering the fallen, Athens remembered itself. And so the underworld was not a terrifying unknown. It was a structured unknown, and that made all the difference. In a world where life could be short, unpredictable, and brutal, it helped know that death had rules. Those rules were not always fair. Heroes died young, villains prospered, but the Greeks believed that death eventually revealed the truth. In Hades, there were no lies, no disguises, only memory, only record. Plato plays with this idea in his myth of air. A soldier dies, visits the afterlife, and returns to tell what he saw. Souls choose new lives, some foolishly, some wisely. Odysseus chooses the life of a quiet man. Orpheus avoids music. Ajax, still bitter, picks a life where no one will notice him. And the cycle continues. Plato's message is clear. How you live shapes how you die, and how you die shapes how you live again. But even this philosophical system retains something deeply human. It doesn't deny grief. It doesn't banish sorrow. It just gives it form. Greek funerary art often shows quiet scenes, a woman looking into a mirror, a man bidding farewell to his dog, a mother and child. These aren't moments of victory. They're moments of intimacy, of loss, of love. And that, in the end, is what the underworld reflects. Not justice, but emotion. Not just fate, but feeling. Hades, the god, is not a monster. He is a bureaucrat, a warden, a silent witness to all things finished. Persephone is not simply a victim or even a queen. She is a cycle, a symbol of return, of memory. She brings life to the dead and death to the living. She is what the Greeks saw in the world itself, that everything dies, but everything changes, and change is not always loss. Even the punishments in the underworld, Sisyphus, Tantalus, Ixion, are not horror stories. They are metaphors, warnings. What happens when we refuse to accept limits? When we defy the gods, yes, but also when we defy meaning. The Greeks didn't believe in sin exactly, but they believed in harmony. And when that harmony was broken, the consequences echoed. Elysium too is a metaphor, a promise that peace exists, not because the world is fair, but because we can be. That the soul shaped by choice might one day find its field, its river, its rest. And in the middle, asphodel, the meadow of most souls. Neither reward nor punishment, just being. The place of the majority, and perhaps the truest vision of death, not dramatic, not divine, but quiet. A return to the soil, a whisper of what was. Today, we inherit these myths without always realizing it. When we speak of crossing rivers, we echo the Acheron. When we speak of ghosts who linger, we recall unburied shades. When we fear being forgotten or hope to be remembered, we walk in Greek footsteps. Even modern literature borrows this blueprint. Dante's Inferno, Tolkien's Paths of the Dead, Disney's Hercules. All of them owe a debt to the meticulous world the Greeks imagined under our feet. But the greatest lesson of all is this. The Greeks did not create the underworld out of fear. They created it out of need. They needed a story big enough to hold sorrow, a map big enough to fit all their ancestors, a place where their heroes could rest, their enemies could pay, and their questions could echo forever. They did not always agree on the details. Some believed in rebirth, some in rest, some in nothingness. But all believed that death meant something, that how you lived would ripple into the dark, that memory mattered. And so the underworld was not a horror. It was a human thing wound around grief, honor, consequence, and hope. You did not need to understand it fully. You only needed to walk forward. One step, one coin, one name spoken over your grave. And perhaps that's the final gift of Greek mythology. Not answers, but architecture. A shape for the shadows. A way of looking into the unknown and saying, yes, there's something there and it means something. And now, dear listener, our journey too has reached its shore. The ferry waits, the wind stills, the light fades. But the story remembers, as all stories do. Let us begin, as all good stories ought to begin, with a mountain at dusk. Not just any mountain, mind you. Mount Olympus, the divine residence of the gods, where the clouds gather like courtly drapery, and the air smells faintly of ambrosia. And perhaps on occasion, burnt offerings wafting up from the mortal world far below. It stands tall and regal on the northern frontier of ancient Greece. Its summit so often hidden by mist that it seemed only natural to assume someone or something must be living up there. In truth, Olympus is a very real mountain. The highest in Greece, actually, rising to just under 10,000 feet. But to the ancient Greeks, it wasn't merely a collection of rocks and ridges. No, it was sacred geography. It was the celestial seat of power, draped in ever-changing light and ever-watchful silence. They saw it not as something to be climbed, but to be revered. A divine penthouse, if you like, with rather exclusive tenants. And those tenants are, yes, the Olympians. 12 gods and goddesses, give or take a few, depending on which myth you believe and how generous you're feeling with seating arrangements. Together, they form the core of the ancient Greek pantheon. Capricious, passionate, thunderous, petty, brilliant. And they were worshipped, feared, and occasionally gossiped about for centuries. Quite like celebrities, really, if celebrities could hurl lightning and turn people into olive trees. But before we meet them individually, let's linger a little on the setting, for it's twilight on Olympus, the hour when the golden light fades gently behind marble colonnades, and divine banquets are just beginning. Imagine wide halls gleaming with polished stone, lyres playing softly in the background, and long tables groaning with impossible fruits, cheeses aged by the winds of prophecy, and wine so potent they'd make a satyr weep with joy. This is no place of solemnity. Olympus in myth was vibrant, divine, occasionally chaotic, like a very large dysfunctional family gathering with a healthy sprinkling of immortality and magical livestock. The kind of place where someone is always playing a harp and someone else is always dramatically storming out. Now, if you're imagining marble floors and ionic columns, you're not entirely off base. But don't expect a neatly cataloged palace blueprint. The earliest Greek poets, Homer and Hesiod, speak of radiant halls and cloud gates. But they weren't exactly architectural draftsmen. What we're given is a suggestion of immense beauty, shimmering materials, and eternal comfort. Halls of bronze and gold, courtyards paved with sunlight, feasts that never end, and fountains that sing. It's less of a building and more of a heavenly ambiance. And what's a good ambiance without a menu? You'll be pleased to know the gods dined rather well. Their diet consisted primarily of two things: ambrosia and nectar. Not to be confused with a posh London cafe. Ambrosia was said to be the food of immortality. What it actually tasted like depends on the source. Some say honeyed bread, others a kind of fragrant perfume you absorbed through your very essence, which frankly sounds more like skincare than a starter. Nectar, its liquid companion, flowed like sunlight in a chalice, served in cups of gold, and kept everyone in a perpetually divine state of health, youth, and likely a mild buzz. The gods didn't age. They didn't get ill. They didn't suffer the usual indignities of mortal life. Apart from emotional outbursts, which, if anything, they had in abundance. The divine lifestyle was not without its duties. However, each god had a portfolio, so to speak. Zeus, for example, handled thunderstorms, law, and infidelity. Poseidon had dominion over the sea, earthquakes, and moody tridents. Athena took care of wisdom, war strategy, and glowering from behind shields. Each Olympian had their domain, and while some took their roles seriously, others used them as an excuse to meddle in mortal affairs or skip staff meetings altogether. One might imagine that a day on Olympus involved quite a lot of sitting around looking powerful, which, to be fair, it probably did. But it also meant making decisions. Would a hero succeed in his quest? Would a city be blessed with rain or buried under ash? Would a mortal's prayer be answered or ignored? The gods were not bound by logic. They were divine after all. And if they seemed inconsistent, well, that was rather the point. The world was unpredictable, and so were its rulers. From their cloud-wrapped thrones, the gods watched mortals go about their business with varying degrees of interest. They observed, they judged, they laughed, they wept occasionally, and sometimes they interfered, often dramatically. The line between gods and mortals, you see, was not quite so firm in ancient Greek thought. The gods were not distant deities, unreachable and abstract. They were near, familiar, emotionally turbulent. They could take human form, walk among us, fall in love, or lust more often, and produce heroes with a knack for slaying monsters and starting wars. Their children became demigods, whose lives were extraordinary, but seldom long. But Olympus itself was different. It was the place the gods returned to, a safe haven above the chaos of the world. Imagine, if you will, the moment after a storm, the clouds parting, a golden glow returning, and silence falling over the peaks. That was Olympus, not a realm of perfection, but of divine pause, the only real constant in a world where nothing else lasted. Now, about the company kept on this mountaintop. We often refer to the 12 Olympians, but the list wasn't entirely fixed. It usually included Zeus, Hera, Poseidon, Demeter, Athena, Apollo, Artemis, Ares, Hestia, Aphrodite, Hermes, and either Dionysus or Hestia. Poor Hestia was occasionally bumped from the guest list, despite being the goddess of the hearth. One assumes she didn't mind. She always struck me as someone who preferred a quiet evening by the fire to a thunderbolt measuring contest between brothers. Each god brought something unique to the table. Apollo, radiant and polished, never without his lyre or cryptic prophecy. Artemis, watchful and swift, ever elusive beneath the trees. Ares, brawny and brash, the kind of guest who eats all the olives and breaks the furniture. Aphrodite, all soft glances and dangerously persuasive silences. And Hermes, that wily trickster with a grin that said he'd already stolen your sandals. They were gods, yes, but unmistakably human in spirit. That was the genius of Greek mythology. Its divinities reflected us in all our glittering flaws. The Greeks built temples to honor them. Yes, magnificent columns rising toward the sky, sanctuaries thick with incense and prayer. But they also told stories, myths passed from lips to ears, campfires to amphitheaters. Stories of love, betrayal, pride, revenge. Stories that taught, warned, entertained. Olympus was not just a place above the clouds. It was a theater stage, a family drama, a mirror of the human soul raised to cosmic scale. And what of the mortals who gazed up toward the summit? They knew they would never see its peak. Olympus was shrouded not just in clouds, but in mystery. No human was meant to reach it, not really. Those who tried, like the Titan Atlas, who bore the sky on his back, often paid dearly for their ambition. Olympus was a place of dreams. It was not for climbing, it was for imagining. And imagine it they did. The poets, especially. Homer, in his Iliad and Odyssey, filled Olympus with radiant halls and divine disputes. Hesiod gave it grandeur, genealogy, structure. Later playwrights gave it irony, philosophers gave it doubt. But always Olympus remained, serene, glowing, gently aloof. Today the mountain still stands. People hike it now, of course, in sturdy boots with trail mix and GPS. They reach the summit and see the land stretch far in all directions. The Aegean in the distance, fields below like faded mosaics. But they do not find temples, only wind and sky and the sense of something ancient watching quietly. The gods may not live there anymore, but their stories linger in the air. And perhaps, as the sun sets over the crags and shadows pull like old wine, one might close their eyes and hear faintly the sound of laughter carried on the breeze. A harp, a voice, a divine footstep, something not entirely gone. So let us leave Olympus now with a gentle step and a quiet heart. The gods are at their table, the torches are lit, and the stars have begun to shimmer above their golden halls. Sleep well, traveler. You're in good company now. We begin tonight with the sound of distant thunder. Not the kind that announces a storm, mind you. No, this one rolls in slow and steady like a drumbeat from the heavens, accompanied by a flicker of lightning that's more theatrical than threatening. You see, when Zeus makes an entrance, he does enjoy a bit of atmosphere. Zeus, king of the gods, ruler of Olympus, lord of thunder, rain, and the celestial order. And incidentally, one of the most complicated family men in all of mythology, which, considering his company, is really saying something. But let's not start with his scandals just yet. First, let us imagine him as the Greeks once did. Seated high on his throne atop Olympus, robed in flowing white and gold, a scepter in one hand, a thunderbolt in the other, and an expression that oscillates somewhere between stern authority and amused distraction. Around him, the air hums with power. He is not just a king. He is the very embodiment of law, order, and cosmic balance most of the time. Zeus did not inherit Olympus by luck. His story begins in the deep past, long before there were temples, poets, or polite prayer. Born to the Titans, Cronus and Rhea, Zeus was the youngest of 6 children, and the only one not immediately swallowed at birth. Yes, swallowed. Cronus, their father, had a nasty habit of eating his offspring to avoid being overthrown. It's the sort of parenting style that usually lands one on a watch list. But Rhea, the clever mother that she was, spirited baby Zeus away and tricked Cronus with a swaddled rock, which he rather embarrassingly swallowed whole. Meanwhile, Zeus grew up hidden in a cave on the island of Crete. raised by nymphs, suckled by a magical goat, and protected by divine warriors who clashed their spears to muffle his cries. A rather noisy nursery, but effective nonetheless. When Zeus came of age, he did what any ambitious son of prophecy might do. He returned, tricked Cronus into disgorging his siblings, and led a divine rebellion known as the Titanomachy. For 10 years, the younger gods, the Olympians, battled the old order until Zeus hurled the final thunderbolt and sealed their victory. The Titans were cast into Tartarus, a sort of godly oubliette, and Olympus was claimed. This then was how Zeus became king, not by birthright, but by cleverness, courage, and it must be said, a knack for dramatic timing. As king, Zeus wasn't merely a figurehead. He governed the skies, yes, but also oaths, hospitality, and justice. If someone broke a sacred promise, it was Zeus they feared. If a stranger arrived at your door, you offered them food and drink in Zeus's name. He was in many ways the god of social glue, the one who held things together, even if his own household was often teetering on the brink. Now, if you'll forgive a brief aside, no discussion of Zeus is complete without addressing the, shall we say, romantic entanglements. Zeus, it must be admitted, had a wandering eye and foot, and the occasional animal disguise. His liaisons with mortal women and quite a few goddesses form a veritable catalog of ancient myths. Sometimes he approached them in the form of a handsome man, other times as a swan, a bull, a shower of golden light. Whatever works, I suppose. These unions produced many of the great heroes of Greek mythology: Heracles, Perseus, Helen of Troy, Minos, and so on. Each was born of a different woman, each destined for a different path, and each a small stitch in the grand tapestry of Zeus's legacy, though perhaps not the sort of legacy Hera, his wife, had in mind. Ah yes, Hera, queen of the gods, goddess of marriage, and long-suffering spouse of the most prolific philanderer in Olympus. Their marriage, as immortal as it was, would not be described as tranquil. Hera was dignified, intelligent, and ferociously proud. Zeus, for his part, loved her in his own way. But that didn't stop him from repeatedly testing the limits of her patience. If you've ever attended a family dinner where no one mentions the elephant in the room, and then Zeus turns into that elephant, well, you begin to get the idea. Their quarrels were the stuff of legend. Sometimes Hera would attempt to outwit or even overthrow her husband. Once she orchestrated a rebellion among the Olympians, and Zeus had to be rescued by a 100-armed giant named Briareus. Another time he suspended her from the sky by golden chains as punishment. Not his finest moment, to be sure, but always they reconciled, or at least reached a détente. Immortality is a long time after all. One does get used to things. Yet Zeus's story is not all mischief and lightning. He was also the arbiter of cosmic balance. When mortals committed crimes or acted with hubris, that dangerous blend of arrogance and defiance, it was Zeus who issued judgment. He sent omens. He dispatched the Furies. He struck down the proud. But he also rewarded virtue. He upheld the sacred bonds of guest and host, and he listened to prayer. The Greeks saw him as the great anchor of divine authority. His image adorned temples, coins, and statues across the ancient world. In Olympia, a colossal gold and ivory statue of Zeus sat within the grand temple, crafted by the sculptor Phidias and counted among the 7 wonders of the ancient world. He was not merely a myth, he was a cultural cornerstone, and yet there's something very human about him, isn't there? For all his thunderbolts and grandeur, Zeus often behaved like an exasperated father, trying to keep a house full of eccentric children from setting the curtains on fire. He meddled in Trojan politics. He weighed the fates of heroes in battle. He tried, often in vain, to maintain order on Olympus. It was a divine soap opera, and Zeus was both director and reluctant lead. He could be merciful, forgiving Prometheus, for instance, after centuries of punishment for stealing fire from mankind. And he could be vengeful, as when he flooded the earth to cleanse it of human wickedness. But above all, Zeus was consistent in one regard. He reminded mortals of the limits of their reach. In the myths, those who challenged him, whether giants or kings, almost always fell. Not because Zeus hated them necessarily, but because the natural order had to be preserved. And order was what Zeus valued most. In the post-Titan world, the universe was no longer chaos and darkness. It had rhythm, seasons, laws. The stars wheeled in the sky. The rains came and went. Cities rose and fell, but the heavens endured. And somewhere high above, Zeus watched it all. Now, it's easy to imagine him as simply a tyrant with a thunderbolt. But I prefer to think of him as something more complex. A divine figure who carried the weight of the world's unpredictability on his shoulders. One who stood between the realm of mortals and the unknown beyond. One who roared and wept and raged, not because he was cruel, but because the world was full of choices, and none of them ever simple. Even the gods had their burdens. So when we picture him, let it be not only with power in his gaze, but with weariness behind it. For though he was the king, his rule was never quiet. There was always a new hero to watch, a new war to judge, a new prophecy to ponder. And all the while, the wind shifted, the clouds gathered, and somewhere down below, a poet whispered his name. Tonight the thunder is distant, the skies are calm. Zeus reclines in his hall, the firelight glinting off his crown, and the world for the moment is at peace. The stars blink overhead like ancient eyes, and the mountain breathes its slow, eternal rhythm. Sleep now. You are under the watchful gaze of the King of Olympus, and he is feeling merciful tonight. Settle in now. The lamps are low. The fire is quiet. And tonight we turn our attention to Hera, queen of the gods. You've already met her husband Zeus in all his thunder-tossing, shape-shifting glory. But Hera is something quite different. Not a ruler of the skies, not a wielder of storms or prophecies, but the quiet and steady heart of Olympus. And on more than one occasion, the source of a sharp look that could turn a lesser deity into stone, or at the very least send them scuttling off to a minor temple in the countryside. She was, and remains, the goddess of marriage, of women, of childbirth, and of regal dignity. But Hera is not merely domestic. She is not gentle in the way springtime is gentle. She is fierce, enduring, intelligent, and more than capable of making her displeasure known, particularly when it concerns the many, many indiscretions of her husband. But we'll get to that in good time. First, let us begin at the beginning. At her birth, long before Olympus was even built, Hera was born to the Titans, Cronus and Rhea. Yes, that same Cronus, who had a rather troubling habit of swallowing his children whole. Hera, like her siblings, Hestia, Demeter, Hades, and Poseidon, vanished into the belly of her father until Zeus, the youngest and savviest of the lot, rescued them all. One does not typically think of rebirth as an act of digestion, but mythology rarely bothers with subtlety. When Zeus freed his siblings and overthrew the old order, Hera emerged into the world anew. Though younger than her brother husband, yes, mythology is like that. She quickly established herself not just as his consort, but as his equal in divine authority. She was not merely Zeus's wife. She was the queen of Olympus, crowned in her own right. And how did they meet? Well, Zeus naturally pursued her with all the subtlety of a lightning storm. But Hera, clever and cautious, was not so easily impressed. She resisted his advances, holding him at bay until he employed one of his more peculiar courtship strategies. Disguising himself as a helpless cuckoo bird, he flung himself into her lap, trembling and pitiful. Touched by pity, she cradled the bird, at which point he transformed back into himself, and in classic divine fashion, took her by surprise. It's not exactly romantic by modern standards, but in the mythological world, it was practically a sonnet. Their marriage, however, was far from idyllic. Hera, the goddess of marriage itself, found herself bound to a husband whose fidelity was about as stable as a chariot with one wheel. Zeus's dalliances with mortal women, nymphs, and even other goddesses became the stuff of legend and tragedy. Each time he strayed, Hera's response was not silence or resignation. It was vengeance measured, precise, and often deeply poetic. But let us be fair. Hera's anger wasn't blind rage. It was rooted in dignity, in a deep sense of what was proper, sacred, and just. She did not lash out without cause. When she punished, she did so with the calm certainty of a queen upholding order in a realm that seemed determined to unravel. Consider, for instance, the tale of Io, a mortal priestess whom Zeus fancied. When Hera came sniffing around, Zeus panicked and turned Io into a white cow. Hera, of course, saw right through this bovine charade. She accepted the cow as a gift ever so graciously and appointed Argus, a giant with 100 eyes, to guard her. Not the subtlest move, but effective. Zeus, desperate, sent Hermes to lull Argus to sleep with stories and music. And once all 100 eyes had closed, Hermes dispatched him. Hera was furious. She retrieved the cowgirl Io and placed Argus's many eyes onto the tail of her sacred bird, the peacock, a detail that endures in the bird's plumage to this day. That's the thing about Hera. She didn't forget. She memorialized. She took insults and carved them into the stars, into feathers, into stone, not out of spite, but out of principle. Her world was order, and when it was disrupted, she responded accordingly. Another tale, this one involving Heracles, one of Zeus's many sons, by another woman. Hera hated him from the moment he drew breath. She sent serpents into his cradle. She drove him to madness. She placed obstacles in his path at every turn. And yet, in an irony almost too perfect, it was Heracles, after his death, who was welcomed into Olympus and reconciled with Hera, even marrying her daughter Hebe. One imagines the family dinners were tense. But Hera was not merely an angry wife. That's a simplification, and an unfair one. She was the goddess to whom women prayed for safe childbirth, for a stable home, for the sacred bond of marriage to hold firm. She was protector and patroness of queens. Her temples were among the most splendid in Greece, particularly the great Hieraion near Argos, where priestesses performed elaborate rituals and dedicated their lives to her service. She was also embodiment of regal poise. When Homer describes her in the Iliad, it's with a kind of awed reverence. Tall, proud, golden-eyed. She rides in a chariot pulled by peacocks, wears a crown that gleams with the fire of heaven, and speaks with a voice that can silence a room full of immortals. Even Zeus, for all his bluster, knew when to tread carefully around Hera. Their marriage, for all its strife, was also a political bond, a symbol of cosmic balance. Zeus representing raw power and law, and her representing loyalty, structure, and sacred tradition. Together they ruled not just Olympus, but the framework of the Greek cosmos. Their quarrels were myth, yes, but they also reflected the eternal struggle between freedom and fidelity, chaos and order, impulse and restraint. To worship her was not to adore gentleness. It was to honor strength wrapped in dignity. It was to recognize that the world needs not just storms, but boundaries. That love is not always sweet. Sometimes it is fierce, wounded, enduring. Sometimes it clenches its jaw and carries on for the sake of something larger than the self. She had her moments of compassion, too. She aided Jason and the Argonauts. She watched over women in labor. She lent power to those who upheld justice. In some myths, she is a maternal figure, not soft, but solid. The kind of mother who might not kiss your scrapes, but who would stand between you and a charging bull without flinching. In art, she is nearly always majestic. Seated on a throne, a scepter in one hand, a lotus-tipped staff, or pomegranate in the other. The pomegranate, as you might recall, being a symbol of fertility and the cycle of life, one that appears frequently in ancient depictions of divine queenship. Her sacred animals beyond the peacock include the cow, not merely for its docility, but for its association with nurturing and steadfastness. There's a reason the Romans called her Juno and made her the chief goddess of their pantheon. Hera's archetype, the divine matron, both feared and revered, echoes across countless cultures. She is not a goddess who fades with time. She is one who endures it. And so we imagine her now, seated in her radiant hall, high above the clouds, the golden light of Olympus falling across her brow. The peacocks shuffle softly at her feet. The fires crackle low. A divine scroll rests beside her. Perhaps a new list of grievances or wedding invitation or both. The gods around her quarrel and bicker, laugh and sulk. But Hera remains still, watchful. She does not always speak first, but when she does, Olympus listens. Tonight, her gaze is calm. Her court is quiet. Somewhere in the mortal world, a marriage is made. A child is born. A vow is kept. And the queen of the heavens, for once, is at peace. Sleep now, traveler. You rest beneath her watchful eyes, and she never forgets. The sea even now holds a kind of ancient silence, a deep breathing presence beneath the surface, never quite still, never fully asleep. And in that timeless blue, long before sailors traced constellations or merchants dreamed of distant shores, the Greeks believed something older stirred, something powerful, proud, and, on occasion, rather moody. Poseidon, brother to Zeus and Hades, god of the sea, earthquakes, horses, and quite notably, grudges. While Zeus ruled the skies and Hades reigned below, Poseidon claimed everything that foamed, surged, churned, and crashed. The sea, after all, was not merely water to the ancient Greeks. It was a force, a frontier, a mystery, and Poseidon was its sovereign. Imagine him now, tall, muscular, bearded like a storm-beaten king, hair tangled with salt and seaweed, his trident gleaming with the wet glint of dawn tides. He does not float above the clouds like his brother. He rides the crests of waves pulled by hippocamp, those mythical seahorses with hooves of foam and manes like river reeds. When he speaks, it's with the low rumble of tectonic plates shifting beneath your feet. He is the voice of the ocean floor, old, rumbling, and not particularly patient. His realm is vast, not only the sea itself, but every inlet, spring, and underground stream. Sailors prayed to him before journeys. Fishermen whispered his name over their nets. Even those on dry land, far from the coast, feared his wrath. Earthquakes, which the Greeks called Poseidon shaking the ground, were seen as his doing. You may recall he's not the type to knock politely when displeased. Like his brothers, Poseidon's origin begins in darkness. Swallowed like the rest of his siblings by Cronus, then freed by Zeus. After the Titanomachy, the war against the old gods, the world was divided. Zeus took the sky, Hades took the underworld. Poseidon was given the sea, not as a consolation prize, mind you, but as a dominion equal in majesty and terror. And to be fair, it rather suited him. Poseidon's nature was not, shall we say, consistent. Some days he was beneficent, the god who granted calm winds, guided ships safely home, and coaxed fresh water from dry earth. Other times, not so much. He could whip the sea into a frenzy, send monstrous waves toward unsuspecting shores, and to summon sea beasts large enough to snack on entire cities. He was not cruel, simply temperamental. The sea, after all, is both giver and taker. And so was he. One of his more famous tempers was directed at a city we now know as Athens. You see, Poseidon and his niece Athena both wished to become its patron deity. The gods proposed a contest. Each would present a gift, and the people would choose which god to honor. Poseidon struck the earth with his trident and produced a spring. though awkwardly, it was salt water, which isn't terribly helpful on land. Athena, meanwhile, offered the olive tree, a symbol of peace, prosperity, and rather useful for cooking. The Athenians, ever practical, chose her. Poseidon, in classic form, did not take the loss well. He flooded parts of the land in retaliation, and though things eventually settled, it was clear losing was not something he tolerated gracefully. His relationships, like his tempers, were turbulent. He married a sea goddess named Amphitrite, one of the 50 Nereids. She initially fled his courtship, which involved a fair bit of chasing and the help of a dolphin. Yes, really. But eventually she relented, and they settled into what was by Olympian standards a relatively stable marriage. Their son Triton was half man, half fish, and often depicted blowing a conch shell to calm or summon the waves. That said, Poseidon was not the most faithful of husbands. His list of lovers and offspring rivals that of Zeus and includes mortals, nymphs, and even creatures of his own making. His most famous children include the winged horse Pegasus, born from Medusa's severed neck after Poseidon, rather undiplomatically, had pursued her in Athena's temple. There's also Polyphemus, the Cyclops, who rather famously got on the wrong side of Odysseus. But more on that later. Poseidon's power was vast, but it was not always respected, especially by heroes who ought to have known better. Take Odysseus, for example. After blinding Polyphemus during his long journey home from Troy, he made the fatal error of taunting the Cyclops, whose father, of course, was Poseidon. This turned what should have been a 10-day voyage into a 10-year epic filled with shipwrecks, sirens, and sulking gods. The lesson: never anger the man who controls your travel plans. Yet Poseidon was also a builder. He helped construct the walls of Troy, though when the king refused to pay him properly, Poseidon ensured the city would one day fall. Again, we return to the theme of divine memory. The Olympians, especially Poseidon, had long memories and an even longer sense of justice when they felt slighted. Worship of Poseidon was widespread in coastal regions. The Isthmus of Corinth housed one of his major temples, a grand structure where sailors and seafarers offered sacrifices for safe passage. Horses were sacred to him, not just seahorses, but earthly ones too. He was said to have created the first horse, striking the earth with his trident. In some myths, he's even credited with teaching humanity how to harness their strength. A reminder that Poseidon, though wild, could be generous when honored properly. But the sea is not merely geography. To the Greeks, it was a living presence. It connected lands, carried myths, swallowed empires. And Poseidon was its voice, never entirely predictable, but always aware. His temple stood open to the wind. His statues looked outward toward the horizon. The sea was his, and so was the space between. He was also deeply involved in the origin stories of many islands. Greek mythology is filled with accounts of Poseidon raising lands from the sea or smashing them in fits of wrath. The island of Delos, sacred to Apollo and Artemis, was said to have once floated freely across the Aegean until Poseidon anchored it in place. There were times, too, when he struck land into being, new shores rising in tribute to his power. In festivals, Poseidon's worshippers did not always offer their prayers in gentle tones. Sacrifices were often made with a mix of fear and reverence. At some coastal sites, entire horses were driven into the sea as offerings, not out of cruelty, but because Poseidon's hunger was thought to match the size of his domain. He was not a half-god, not a tender god. He was primal, elemental. Even the Romans, who called him Neptune, retained this vision of a forceful, ocean-bound deity. His image persisted through empires carved into stone, etched into coins, guiding ships, long after belief in him had faded. The sea, after all, does not forget its god so easily. We imagine him now in his underwater palace made of coral and pearl, the walls shimmering with light filtered through leagues of ocean. Sea nymphs glide past like shadows. Triton's conch echoes faintly through distant caverns. Poseidon himself sits upon a throne of stone and shell, gazing out across his domain. Silent, but not still. Never still. He does not speak often, but when he does, the waters respond. Perhaps he watches the mortals sailing above, their sails full of borrowed wind, their ships no more than fragile bones upon the deep. Perhaps he lets them pass, or perhaps he sends a gentle ripple, just a reminder that he is there. Not cruel, this god, but not forgetful. He embodies the sea, vast, mercurial, essential, the god of storms and silences alike. And for the Greeks, he was not to be loved blindly, but respected absolutely. So tonight, as you drift toward dreams, let the rhythm of waves soothe your mind. The ocean has its stories, old and echoing, and far beneath Poseidon rests, not sleeping, but listening. Sleep well now. The sea is calm tonight, and he allows it. Beneath the world we know, beneath the mountain roots and the drifting ocean floor, there lies a place older than memory, darker than night, and stiller than time. It is not a place of fire, though later ages would say so. Nor is it a prison. It is simply what comes next. The Greeks called it the Underworld, and at its quiet center sits Hades, god of the dead. Hades, the eldest son of Cronus and Rhea, did not rule Olympus. He did not hurl thunder or stir the seas. His power did not flash. It endured. When the world was divided among the three brothers after the defeat of the Titans, Zeus drew the sky, Poseidon the sea, and Hades, without protest, accepted the land beneath the earth. Some say he was unlucky, others say he chose it. In truth, Hades never needed spectacle to be sovereign. He simply was. He is a god of silence, not absence, not cruelty, silence. In myth, he rarely shouts or boasts. He acts with measure, with weight. Mortals feared him, yes, but they also respected him. Not because he brought death, he did not, but because he received it. Because all roads in time lead to him. His realm is vast, layered like the roots of a great tree. The dead come by way of Hermes, who guides them gently down. At the threshold waits Charon the ferryman, demanding his coin. It was for this reason that Greeks placed obols in the mouths of their dead. To be caught without payment meant wandering the shores of the Styx forever, unheard and unmourned. And the Styx is only one of many rivers. There is the Acheron, river of pain, the Cocytus, river of lamentation, the phlegethon, which burns without consuming, and Lethe, river of forgetfulness, whose waters wash the mind to sleep. Each river marks a passage, not just in distance, but in meaning. They do not flow through geography. They flow through memory, through fear, through hope. The dead are judged by three ancient kings, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus. Most souls go to the asphodel meadows, where they drift in a dreamless peace, unremarkable, undisturbed. A few, the wicked, descend to Tartarus, the deepest pit where punishment suits the crime. And a rare few, the most noble, ascend to the Elysian fields, a place of music, sunlight, and soft breezes, where even in death the good may breathe freely. This realm is Hades' charge. He governs it not with fire, but with order. He is not cruel. He is not kind. He simply ensures that what must be is, that every soul is received, remembered, and placed. There is dignity in that. And yet, despite this, he is often misunderstood. In art and story, he is sometimes mistaken for the villain, perhaps because death itself is feared, and he is its face. But Hades is no more evil than gravity. He does not hunt souls. He does not tempt or torment. He rules patiently and perpetually over the inevitable. His most famous myth, of course, is that of Persephone. The tale begins in sunlight with flowers. Persephone, daughter of Demeter, goddess of the harvest, was picking blooms in a field when the earth opened. Hades rose in his chariot of obsidian and took her down beneath the roots of the world. Demeter searched the earth, refusing to let crops grow until her daughter was returned. And so at last, a compromise was made. Persephone would spend part of the year above with her mother and part below with her husband. Thus came the seasons. Spring and summer for joy, autumn and winter for mourning. Was it love? Was it power? The myths differ. But in the underworld, Persephone became queen. Not a captive, not merely a consort, but a ruler in her own right. She sat beside Hades, not behind him. She guided the dead past judgment, tended the pale gardens of the shades. And Hades, he did not rage. He did not betray. In all the stories, he is perhaps the only god who does not cheat, who does not stray. His realm was enough. His crown was enough. His queen was enough. He is often called Pluton, the rich one, for all things beneath the earth belong to him. Gold, silver, precious stones, seeds in the soil. From him come not only endings, but beginnings. Seeds must lie in darkness before they sprout, and Hades rules that darkness. He rarely appeared among the other gods. When he did, it was always for great cause. He aided in the war against the giants. He lent his helm of invisibility to Perseus, who used it to escape after slaying Medusa. But mostly he remained apart, watching, waiting, attending to his domain. His presence was felt in rituals of mourning, in the rustle of grave goods. In the hush, after a final breath, sacrifices to Hades were done at night, with black animals. The smoke sent downward. His name was spoken in whispers, or not at all. To call him drew his gaze, and that was a heavy thing. Yet not all feared him. At Eleusis, His name was part of the mystery rites that promised rebirth. In the Orphic traditions, he was not an ending, but a gatekeeper to the next beginning. Some even believed in cycles of life and death, of reincarnation, and Hades stood not as a wall, but as a door. Imagine him now, if you will, seated on a throne of volcanic stone, surrounded by shadow, his robe falling in quiet folds. Around him flicker the shades of those long gone, speaking in murmurs only the dead understand. Beside him, Persephone tends a garden of pale flowers that bloom without sun. The air smells faintly of myrrh and memory. He holds a scepter, not to strike, but to signal order. The dead do not rise in rebellion. They do not need chains. The weight of time itself holds them in place. Unlike his brothers, Hades does not crave glory. He is not jealous of Olympus. He does not interfere with mortals unless they enter his domain without permission. And even then, he is more judge than executioner. He sets terms. He upholds them. Consider Orpheus, who came to plead for Eurydice. Hades listened. He agreed. He gave the poet a chance to lead her out on one condition: do not look back. And when Orpheus did, Hades took nothing more than what was owed. There was no trickery, only the rules. In a world where even gods could be petty, Hades was consistent. Perhaps that is why, for all his distance, he was trusted, feared, yes, but also trusted. And so the Greeks lived with him, always in mind, not in terror, but in acknowledgement. They built tombs with care. They left offerings. They remembered names, because to be remembered was to remain just a little longer in the world above. Tonight, as you lay your head down, you need not fear the God below. He is not waiting in your shadow. He is keeping watch over those already gone. He tends a realm not of fire, but of memory. He sits in silence because there is nothing more to prove. Sleep now. Let the earth hold you gently. Let your thoughts drift like leaves on the Acheron. Let the hush of that quiet kingdom lull you into rest. Hades waits, but not for you. Not yet. He only waits as the world turns, and he always will. They say she was born not in the ordinary way, but from a headache, a rather severe one. Zeus, as the story goes, had swallowed her mother, Metis, the goddess of wisdom, because it had been foretold that she would bear a child mightier than he. Problem solved, he thought. But divine digestion is rarely the end of a tale in Greek myth. One day Zeus began to suffer an unbearable pain in his skull. Gods gathered. Suggestions were made. Eventually, Hephaestus, ever practical, struck Zeus's head with an axe. Out sprang Athena, fully grown and fully armed, a spear in one hand and a shield in the other, shouting a battle cry that echoed across Olympus. A dramatic entrance, even by divine standards. Athena, goddess of wisdom, war strategy, crafts, and reason, arrived not as a child, but as an idea made flesh, poised, calm, and already thinking 3 moves ahead. She wore a helm, bore the aegis of Zeus, and from her first breath demanded the respect of gods and mortals alike. Her presence on Olympus was distinct, Unlike many of her peers, Athena was not known for tempestuous love affairs or dramatic feuds over vanity, though she wasn't entirely above such things. She was measured, exacting, and rather fond of logic. In a realm of passion and power, she was principle personified. That said, she was not cold. She simply saw the long game. Cities and civilizations adored her. Most famously, of course, Athens itself took her name. The contest between Athena and Poseidon for the patronage of the city is one of these tales that reveals as much about Greek values as it does about the gods themselves. Poseidon, being who he was, offered a gift of grandeur. He struck the earth and produced a saltwater spring, or in some versions, a warhorse. Either way impressive, but not terribly useful to the residents of a rocky inland city. Athena, ever pragmatic, planted the olive tree. Shade, food, oil, and wood, all from one gift. The Athenians chose her, and frankly, who wouldn't? From then on, Athena became more than a goddess to them. She was the guardian of their identity. Their sense of civic pride, their pursuit of reason, art, and just war. Her temple, the Parthenon, still crowns the Acropolis today. Its columns watching the Aegean like sentinels of marble. It remains not just a relic of ancient architecture, but a testament to her enduring spirit. Athena's approach to war was nothing like Ares' bloodlust. She preferred tactics, planning, the application of intelligence to conflict. She represented the mind in battle, not the frenzy. She advised heroes rather than charging in herself. Odysseus, in particular, earned her favor. His cunning, his guile, his talent for words over weapons, all were qualities she prized. She guided him home through storm and strife, always the voice of reason whispering beneath the chaos. But wisdom is not always gentle. Athena could be uncompromising, and when insulted, her wrath was cold and enduring. Take the tale of Arachne, a mortal weaver whose skill was so great she dared claim superiority to the goddess herself. Athena, not known for indulging arrogance, challenged her to a contest. Arachne's tapestry was flawless, even daring to depict the gods in their less flattering moments. Athena, though impressed, tore it to shreds. She struck Arachne down, but in a rare moment of mercy or poetic judgment, transformed her into the first spider to weave forever. This balance of pride and precision defined Athena. She upheld honor, but never shied from asserting her place. She did not scream, she did not scheme. She simply stood her ground, and others yielded. She was also a patroness of crafts and invention. Pottery, weaving, architecture, all fell under her guidance. She inspired not just warriors, but artisans, philosophers, and lawmakers. Her symbol, the owl, denoted clear-sightedness and was stamped on the coins of Athens. Wherever thoughtful hands shaped the world, Athena was there. Artists spoke her name before chiseling marble. Statesmen offered silent prayers before debating law. Curiously, she remained a virgin goddess, not in prudishness, but in independence. She did not marry. She did not pursue or yield to pursuit. Her loyalty lay with principle, not passion. This lent her a certain clarity, a steadiness untouched by the usual romantic entanglements that entangled her peers. She stood alone, and from solitude came strength. Even her friends knew to tread carefully. When Tiresias, the blind prophet, accidentally witnessed her bathing, Athena struck him blind. But in fairness, she also gave him the gift of prophecy to balance the scales. Firm but fair. That was her way. In art, Athena is almost always armed, but never aggressive. Her shield often bore the head of Medusa, a grim gift from Perseus after his fateful quest. According to some tales, she aided him by guiding his hand, lending him tools, whispering courage. But her choice to place Medusa's face on her shield, that was something more. A warning, perhaps, or a reminder that wisdom does not flinch from horror. It absorbs it, reflects it, uses it. Athena had no shortage of temples across the Greek world. In addition to the Parthenon sanctuaries in places like Delphi and Sparta, honored her many aspects: warrior, lawgiver, protector. Festivals such as the Panathenaea celebrated her birth and her role in civic life, combining athletic contests, sacrifices, and parades of woven robes made in her honor. In one such rite, young women would carry offerings in silence, their steps measured, their robes flowing like water under olive trees. Her epithets tell the story of her scope. Athena Parthenos, the maiden. Athena Paulus, of the city. Athena Promachus, she who fights in front. Athena Ergone, the industrious. Athena Nike, bearer of victory. She was many things, but never distant. Even in myth, she is the goddess most likely to walk beside mortals, to speak plainly, to guide without condescension. She saw potential where others saw fault. She offered guidance, not flattery, expectation, not indulgence. There were contradictions, of course. She upheld justice, but stood silent when her fellow gods acted with less than noble intent. She punished women who crossed lines, yet empowered heroes to defy the odds. But perhaps that was her wisdom, knowing when to act and when to wait. Not every wrong needed to be shouted down. Some could be corrected with time, with silence, with the long view. Athena always had the long view. She rarely raised her voice, but when she did, it was the sound of clear judgment, like bronze striking bronze in the still air before battle. A single note impossible to ignore. Her advice was often laced with calm warnings, softly spoken truths. In council, the gods might argue for hours, but when Athena spoke, the room fell still. Her logic was not easily refuted. Her presence was not easily dismissed. Imagine her now seated on her marble throne, high in the halls of Olympus. Her eyes are cool and calm, scanning scrolls of mortal deeds. She does not smile often, but when she does, it is the smile of one who sees potential, not perfection. Her owl perches silently nearby, and outside the stars wheel in precise procession. Every movement above reflects her mind below. Quiet, deliberate, constant. Somewhere below, a child learns to write. A potter turns a wheel. A general marks a map. A philosopher pauses mid-thought, wondering from where the insight came. And in all these things, Athena stirs. She is not the flashiest of gods, not the loudest, but she is the one whose name is whispered in libraries and courtrooms, in war rooms and workshops. She is wisdom in bronze. And tonight, as you close your eyes and drift toward dreams, know that she keeps watch, not in thunder or fire, but in thought, in structure, in the still strength of what is rightly built. Sleep now, and if you dream, let it be of olive groves and marble halls, of clear skies and steady hands. Athena is near, and she is thinking. In the soft glow before dawn, when the world holds its breath, and the sky hesitates between silver and gold, two figures move through myth. Twins born of the same mother, destined to walk very different paths beneath the same ancient heavens. Apollo and Artemis, sunlight and moonlight, brother and sister, opposites and echoes. They were born on the island of Delos, a place said to have once drifted free in the sea until it anchored itself just in time to shelter their mother, Leto. Hera, ever so fond of revenge, and not at all fond of Zeus's many liaisons, had forbidden any land to receive Leto while she was pregnant. Delos, unrooted and wild, was not bound by such rules. And so on that shifting soil beneath a curious sky, Leto gave birth to Artemis first and then Apollo. From the beginning, they were not ordinary children. Artemis, it is said, helped deliver her brother, and thus became the goddess of childbirth and protector of the young. Apollo, radiant and golden, emerged second, but would come to embody light, music, poetry, prophecy, and healing. A resume so robust, it might make even Hermes blink. The two were close, but distinct. Artemis claimed the wild forests, mountains, creatures of the night. She roamed with her bow and hounds, untouched by civilization, untouched by men. A virgin goddess, her strength lay in independence, her power in her distance. She guarded the liminal spaces, dusk, wilderness, the edge of becoming. Apollo, by contrast, loved the center, the sunlight, the lyre, the temple steps warm with afternoon heat. He ruled order and clarity, truth spoken through a lips of oracles, the measured beat of poetry, the clean line of sculpture. Where Artemis prowled under trees, Apollo strode into plazas, head lifted, every step in rhythm. And yet they remained mirrors of each other. Where he brought the day, she drew the night. Where he offered reason, she guarded mystery. They did not oppose one another, but completed a circle. Apollo's most famous shrine was at Delphi, where the oracle of the Pythia would sit upon a tripod and speak his prophecies, often in riddles that twisted fate and free will into a single thread. Pilgrims came from across the Greek world to ask their questions and receive their cryptic answers. And though the responses were maddeningly vague at times, Apollo's gift was not in simplicity, it was in insight. He was also a musician beyond compare. His lyre, given to him by Hermes in apology for a rather cheeky cattle theft, became a symbol of celestial harmony. With it, he could soothe storms, calm minds, and sway hearts. His songs were not merely entertainment. They were structure, soul, cosmos turned into melody. But Apollo was not all light. His stories, like those of all the Olympians, carry shadows. He loved often and disastrously. Daphne, a nymph who fled him, was turned into a laurel tree to escape his pursuit. Coronis, whom he loved, betrayed him, and he struck her down. only to save their unborn child, Asclepius, god of medicine. His wrath was precise, his grief enduring. Artemis, too, had her shadows. She punished those who saw her without consent. Actaeon, a hunter, stumbled upon her bathing and was transformed into a stag, torn apart by his own hounds. She was protective to the point of fury, unyielding in her expectations. But she was also kind to those who honored her solitude. She guarded the vulnerable, walked beside maidens, lent her strength to women in labor, and was invoked in the hush of moonlit prayers. Unlike her brother, Artemis built no cities. Her temples were often deep in forests or perched on cliff-top paths. She preferred the company of nymphs, wild animals, and stars. And yet her worship was widespread. From Ephesus to Brauron, from Arcadia to Sicily, girls danced in her honor, shedding their childhood names in rites of passage that whispered of transformation. Together, Apollo and Artemis represented more than light and dark. They were a pair of divine principles, reason and intuition, civilization and wilderness, speech and silence, the bow that hunted and the lyre that healed. And always, always, they remained siblings, never rivals, never strangers. One tale tells of the gigantomachy, the battle between the gods and the giants. In it, Apollo and Artemis fought side by side. He struck with arrows of burning gold, she with arrows silver cold. Together, they felled foes far larger than themselves, their aim unwavering, their cause righteous. The sun and moon fought as one. Another myth speaks of the death of Niobe's children. Niobe, a queen, mocked Leto for having only 2 offspring, while she herself had many. Enraged by the insults, Artemis and Apollo took up their bows. One by one they struck down Niobe's children. He, the sons, she, the daughters. Only one child in some versions was spared. Niobe fled weeping and was turned to stone, a waterfall of endless mourning. The lesson, while grim, was clear. Do not mock the mother of light and shadow. And yet these myths were not simply warnings. They were mirrors held to the human heart, showing how passion, loyalty, and power play out in forms larger than life. Through these stories, the Greeks explored the very structure of feeling. Apollo and Artemis did not merely punish or protect. They expressed divine aspects of our own inner worlds. Apollo, the god of healing, was also the god of plague. A single note from his bow could bring sickness, another restoration. Artemis, goddess of the hunt, was both life-giver and death-dealer to animals. They held paradox in their palms like a bowstring stretched between extremes. Historically, their worship shaped much of Greek religious life. At Delphi, Apollo's oracle defined political decisions, voyages, and even wars. The Delian League took its name from his birthplace. Athletes swore oaths in his name before the Pythian Games held every 4 years in his honor. Artemis, meanwhile, was central to rites of maturity. At Brauron, girls approaching womanhood took part in rituals where they dressed as bears, an echo of Artemis's role as guardian of transitions. Her sanctuary at Ephesus, with its massive temple and statues adorned with symbols of fertility and wildlife, was one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. The Romans too honored them. Apollo remained Apollo, a rare instance of continuity. Artemis became Diana, and her image continued to stalk moonlit groves, untamed and untouched. In art, Apollo is shown as youthful, beardless, often holding his lyre or bow. His face is serene, his posture poised. He represents the ideal, balance, grace, harmony. Artemis, in contrast, is swift and sure. Her robes swirl as she moves, her gaze sharp as the silver tip of her arrow. She's both the stillness of the forest and the sudden snap of a branch. Imagine them now, side by side at the edge of the world. Apollo lifts the sun once more, the sky flushed with gold. Birds begin to stir, songs gently warming the air. Behind him, Artemis draws the moon down, folding it in shadow. The stars sigh. A deer steps softly through mist, and between them, the world wakes. They do not speak, but they do not need to. They have walked this dance since time began. Apollo glances east, where day waits with open arms. Artemis turns west into the deep hush of the woods, and for a moment their paths cross light and dark. Brother and sister, sleep now. Let moonlight guide you toward dreams. Let the last golden chords of Apollo's lyre fade into stillness. The twins keep their watch, and the world for now is balanced. Settle in now. Let the sounds of battle fade, and the clang of hammers grow gentle. Tonight we visit two gods, so different in nature, they rarely share a page. Yet here they are, side by side in our dreams. One is fury with a sword, the other fire with a purpose. Ares and Hephaestus, the god of war and the god of the forge. Together, they paint a curious picture of masculinity in ancient Greece. One all brawn and blood, the other limping but brilliant. And if the myths are to be believed, which at bedtime we rather hope they are, the Olympian family didn't quite know what to do with either of them. Ares, son of Zeus and Hera, was the personification of raw, untamed violence. Not the tactical war of generals, not the careful strategy of Athena. No, Ares was the thundering heart, the rising scream, the blind charge into chaos. The Greeks called him Ares, and while they respected what he represented, they didn't exactly invite him to dinner. Even Zeus, his own father, mind you, was famously unimpressed. In Homer's Iliad, Zeus calls Ares the most hateful of all the gods, and not in the sort of way that implies playful teasing over wine. Ares embodied the kind of war that scorched fields and toppled cities for no reason at all. He delighted in the clash of bronze on bronze, the whinny of panicked horses, the cries of dying men. His companions were equally charming. Phobos, fear; Deimos, terror; and Eris, strife. They followed him into battle like an entourage no mortal would dare invite to a feast. And yet, despite his ferocity, Ares wasn't particularly successful. He lost duels. He was once trapped in a jar for months by two mortal sons of Poseidon. Yes, a god of war pickled like olives. It's enough to make one wonder if the Greeks were having a quiet laugh at his expense. But contrast Ares with how the Romans saw him. Mars, as they called him, was revered, honored, worshipped with parades. While the Greeks regarded Ares with caution, the Romans embraced him as a symbol of disciplined might and empire. A curious shift, perhaps reflecting the values of a rising military power versus a culture that preferred wit, reason, and an afternoon of philosophy in the shade. Still, there's something almost endearing about Ares. He wears his passion plainly. He falls. And oh, how he falls madly for Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty. And what a pair they made. She radiant and sly. He straightforward and smitten. Their affair, though secret, was not subtle. They were caught in the act by Hephaestus, her husband, who ensnared them in a net of his own making. Now that brings us to our second god tonight, the quiet, smoldering power of the forge. Hephaestus, the divine blacksmith, son of Hera, and depending on which version you prefer, perhaps without a father at all. Some say Hera bore him alone in revenge for Zeus, birthing Athena from his head. That's Olympian parenting for you. Equal parts miracle and pettiness. But Hephaestus was born lame, and in the glistening society of gods, where beauty and power were expected, he stood apart. Myths differ. In one, Hera throws him from Olympus in disgust. In another, it's Zeus who does so after a disagreement. Either way, the poor lad gets launched off a cloud and crashes into the sea where kindly sea nymphs raise him. Now, that would make for an awkward family reunion, wouldn't it? But Hephaestus doesn't brood forever. He learns, he builds. In time, he returns to Olympus, not with wrath, but with skill. And what skill it is. He creates thrones, automatons, palaces of bronze. He crafts Achilles' shield so intricate that poets had to stop and describe it for hundreds of lines. He builds Pandora, the first woman fashioned so finely she was irresistible. Hephaestus is quite simply the patron of invention, and not just of swords and armor, but of every tool, every spark of progress shaped by hand. Where Ares is destruction, Hephaestus is creation through flame. The hammer and anvil become his altar. The ancients recognized this. He had cults across Greece, especially in Athens and on Lemnos, the volcanic island that claimed to be his earthly home. There, fires were sacred, and every blacksmith was a kind of priest, echoing their divine patron in sweat and soot. In Athens, Hephaestus shared a temple with Athena, a pairing not romantic but symbolic. She brought wisdom, he brought the means to build it. Craftsmanship and cleverness side by side. And yet for all his brilliance, Hephaestus rarely wins in myth. His marriage to Aphrodite is unfaithful. His traps are ingenious, but they rarely solve his loneliness. He is powerful, but not worshipped for his appearance or charm. In this way, he is one of the more relatable gods, not draped in glory, but laboring in the shadows, forging the world while others fight over it. And maybe that's the secret, because the Greeks, for all their love of myth, were practical. They built, they reasoned, they argued in the agora and laid stones in perfect lines. While Ares might shout and wave his sword, Hephaestus quietly forged the hinge it swung on. Still, they're both part of the same divine family. And one imagines the dinners on Olympus were well complicated. Imagine it. Ares boasting of a battlefield drenched in glory, while Hephaestus scowls over a scorch mark on his latest sculpture. Hera sighs. Apollo plucks a judgmental chord. Dionysus refills everyone's cup. Aphrodite checks her reflection in a polished shield. And somewhere in the back, Hermes snickers. But beneath the myth, there's something ancient and telling here. These two gods represent a duality that every civilization wrestles with. Force and function, chaos and craft, fire that burns and fire that builds. We must remember that war, though often glorified in poetry, was a terrifying reality. The Greeks were no strangers to conflict. Hoplite battles, city-state skirmishes, Persian invasions. They had seen what war could do. And perhaps that's why Ares was kept at arm's length, a necessary force, but not an honored guest. In contrast, the tools of Hephaestus were present in every life. The plow, the spear, the loom's axle, the temple's columns, all bore the echo of his forge. To praise him was to praise civilization itself. In vase paintings and statuary, Hephaestus is often depicted with muscular arms, soot-blackened face, and a short workman's tunic. He doesn't glow with ethereal light. He sweats. He bends metal. He limps with purpose. Ares, on the other hand, is all sharp lines and bronze gleam. Plumed helmet, shield at the ready, chin held just so. His beauty is as carefully wrought as his sword, but somehow always less trustworthy. And so the Greeks taught their children, strength alone is not enough. Build, create, work with your hands. Let the fire warm, not consume. Still, perhaps Ares needed to exist, if only to remind us how precious peace is. And Hephaestus, for all his trials, remained indispensable. Even the gods needed a smith. As we drift further into stillness, think of the forge glowing softly in the night, surrounded by tools, half-finished wonders, and the scent of warm metal. No shouting, no clashing spears, only quiet firelight and the slow rhythm of the hammer. Perhaps the heart of Olympus wasn't in the throne room, but in the forge below. And somewhere, deep in the mountain halls, a god with a limp and a mind of steel continues to shape the world. While far above, a war god sharpens his blade just in case. Let the sparks fade now. One by one, the fire dims. The clang of iron grows faint, and the gods ever flawed fall silent as sleep draws near. Close your eyes and let the rules of the waking world loosen their grip. Tonight, we drift with the tricksters, the ones who cross boundaries, blur identities, and chuckle when the map doesn't match the terrain. We're stepping off the polished marble steps of Olympus and wandering instead down a vine-choked path that smells faintly of wine, wildflowers, and something just a little forbidden. These are the gods of transition, of thresholds, of masks, mischief, and mystery. Dionysus and Hermes. One pours the wine, the other steals your sandals, and together they lead us to the edges of what it means to be human. Let's begin with Dionysus. You may think of him as the god of wine, which he is, but he is so much more than that. He's the god of release, of madness and ecstasy, of letting go of the self. A paradox in Ivy, both comforting and terrifying. His origin story is tangled as it should be. Some say he was born of Semele, a mortal princess, and Zeus, who in classic Zeus fashion, visited her in secret. But Semele, tricked by a jealous Hera, asked to see Zeus in his full divine form. And mortals, it seems, are not built for thunder. She perished in flame, and Zeus, in a rather creative act of divine obstetrics, rescued the unborn Dionysus and sewed him into his own thigh. Yes, you heard that right. Dionysus was born again from Zeus's leg. It's not elegant, but it's memorable. From the moment of his birth, Dionysus lived between worlds, mortal and divine, Greek and foreign, male and feminine, sane and not so sane. He wandered, he grew, and wherever he went, vines burst through the earth. Panthers followed him. Women called maenads danced barefoot in the woods, possessed by his presence. And behind the joy, there was always a shadow of danger. Because Dionysus is not just the god of wine. He is the god of what wine does. He is the one who shows you who you really are or who you're trying very hard not to be. To the Greeks, Dionysus embodied the part of life that broke through structure. He was worshipped in ecstatic rites, sometimes at night, sometimes deep in the woods. The Orphic mysteries and Bacchic festivals allowed initiates to slip free from identity, gender, class, duty, and taste, for a moment the freedom of dissolution. It wasn't always peaceful. Pentheus, a proud Theban king, tried to suppress the cult of Dionysus. The god, disguised as a gentle priest, lured him into observing the women's rites. But Pentheus was torn apart quite literally by his own mother, driven mad by the god's power. And yet, Dionysus wasn't a villain. He was balance. He came at the end of winter. He came after loss. He was the return of vitality, the wild joy that reminds us we're alive. And for all his chaos, he was beloved. Temples rose in his name. Theaters were built in his honor. The city Dionysia festival in Athens became the birthplace of tragedy and comedy alike. A sacred celebration of storytelling, masks, and human emotion. Because theater, like Dionysus himself, walks the line between illusion and truth. Now turn from the forest and follow the flutter of wings, or is it just a whisper of sandals on marble? Hermes is here. If Dionysus teaches us how to lose control, Hermes shows us how to navigate it. The messenger god, the guide of souls, the trickster with a grin that suggests he's already stolen whatever it is you're looking for. Hermes is the god of transitions, of travel, commerce, invention, and thievery. He is the protector of boundaries and the one who slips right through them. Born in a cave, he was walking and stealing before the end of his first day. One of his first acts, stealing Apollo's cattle. And not only stealing them, disguising his footprints by walking backwards and crafting sandals out of bark. By sunset, he'd invented the lyre, made from a tortoise shell and gut strings, and charmed his way out of punishment by offering it as a gift to Apollo. That's Hermes. Fast, clever, and just disarming enough to get away with it. But he's not just a jokester. Hermes had a vital role in Greek religion. He was Psychopomp, the soul guide, the one who led the dead to the underworld. Not judging, not punishing, simply escorting, a quiet presence at the moment of death. Neither feared nor worshipped too loudly, but always needed to the ancients. He was in the crossroads, the boundaries between fields, the liminal places where magic happens. Travelers left offerings to him in the form of herms, stone pillars topped with his head, often with an anatomically conspicuous addition carved just below. These stood as guardians of movement, fertility, and cheeky reminders of divine presence in the everyday. Hermes was also the god of merchants, of trade negotiation, and yes, the occasional scam. But in the ancient world, that was part of the game. Commerce was sacred, and Hermes, ever adaptable, was both its protector and its jester. He appears everywhere, on coins, in plays, in dreams, a flicker of winged sandals across the sky. And here's where things get interesting. Because while Dionysus and Hermes are not often paired directly in myth, they are spiritual cousins. They are both liminal. They both connect opposites. Life and death, mortal and divine, order and chaos. They are gods of change. And in the ancient world, change was something to be respected, even feared, because it reminded people that the line between the civilized and the wild was thinner than we like to admit. In some Orphic traditions, Dionysus is linked with the soul's rebirth, torn apart by titans reborn in fire. Hermes, meanwhile, appears in esoteric texts as a keeper of hidden knowledge, later merging with Egyptian Thoth to become Hermes Trismegistus, father of alchemy and the mystical arts. Between them, these two gods whisper a strange truth, that transformation is divine, that the in-between is sacred. The Greeks understood this. Their myths weren't meant to be consistent. They were meant to reflect life, messy, contradictory, and beautifully uncertain. And so when a festival was held for Dionysus, with its masks and madness, it wasn't just about wine. It was about freedom, about feeling for one night that the world could bend. And maybe, just maybe, you could let go. And when a traveler stepped onto a road uncertain of where it led, a prayer to Hermes wasn't just about reaching a destination. It was about protection in the unknown. A little luck, a little cleverness, a little mischief, just enough to make the journey interesting. In art, they appear in vivid contrast. Dionysus is crowned with ivy, robes slipping from his shoulders, holding a wine cup or a thyrsus, a staff wrapped in vines and crowned with a pine cone. His gaze is distant, ecstatic, as if he's watching something only the initiated can see. Hermes is lean, athletic, winged on his hat, on his sandals, sometimes even on his ankles. He holds a caduceus, the staff with two serpents twined, which began as a symbol of negotiation, and later, quite curiously, ended up as a symbol for modern medicine. Together, they tell us that not all gods are warriors or rulers. Some are wanderers. Some dance in the dark. Some laugh at locked doors and step through them anyway. And that for the Greeks was a comfort that even in uncertainty, even in death or madness or stolen cattle, there were gods who understood. Gods who would walk with you, laugh with you, guide you. So now, as you breathe more slowly and your thoughts soften like dusk on the Aegean, imagine them. Dionysus in a clearing, music playing softly, surrounded by flickering torches and dancers who have no need for names. Hermes on the road just ahead, a knowing look on his face, a coin in his pocket, ready to walk with you to the next chapter, wherever that may be. The vines settle, the wind quiets, the road becomes still, and two divine mischief makers quietly fade into dreams. The hearth, the grave, and the quiet gods at the center of the world. Take a deep breath and let it out slowly. We've wandered with warriors, dined with tricksters, stood beneath thunderclouds, and danced through vineyards. But now, in this final chapter, we come to a still place, a place of rest and of presence. Not absence, but the kind of quiet you find when you've arrived home and closed the door behind you. Tonight, we visit the two most overlooked gods in the Olympian family, Hestia and Hades. They don't seek the spotlight. They don't meddle, chase mortals, or fling weapons across the sky. In fact, they rarely leave their posts at all. One keeps the fire burning in every home. The other keeps watch over every soul. They are constancy and return, beginning and end. And despite the myth's focus on louder, flashier figures, without them, the whole divine order would simply fall apart. Let's begin with Hestia. She is the eldest of the Olympians, the firstborn child of the Titans, Cronus and Rhea, and the first to be swallowed whole by her father. Charming family, the Titans. You may remember Cronus, paranoid about being overthrown, decided the best course of action was to eat his children. Hestia, being the eldest, went in first. When Zeus eventually forced Cronus to regurgitate his siblings with the help of a rather aggressive herbal tonic, Hestia was the last to emerge. And so she was both the firstborn and the last released, making her quite poetically the Alpha and the Omega of the Olympian order. Yet for all that drama, Hestia is perhaps the least dramatic deity of them all. She doesn't rage. She doesn't seduce or scheme. She doesn't even go on adventures. Instead, she simply remains. Hestia is the goddess of the hearth, the sacred fire at the center of every Greek home, temple, and city. The hearth wasn't just a place to warm your hands or boil lentils. It was the spiritual anchor of life. Families gathered around it. Offerings were made at it. Prayers began and ended in its flickering glow. In every Greek household, Hestia's flame was a quiet promise that no matter how turbulent the world outside became, there was a place, even a small one, of warmth, safety, and belonging. She never married. She was courted. Yes. Both Poseidon and Apollo tried their luck, but she politely declined, took a vow of eternal virginity, and went on quietly tending the fire. When the 12 thrones of Olympus were distributed, she stepped aside to let Dionysus, the youngest, have a place. She didn't make a fuss. She didn't sulk. She simply chose the center over the summit. And in that center, she became the most constant presence in all Greek life. In cities like Athens, a sacred flame to Hestia burned in the Prytaneion. The public hearth kept ever alight. When a colony was founded, fire was taken from that hearth and carried across the sea so that the new settlement could begin with Hestia's blessing. In this way, she linked the old world and the new, one glowing ember at a time. She had no grand temples, because every home was her temple. She had no epic poetry because her story was not one of conquest or calamity. She simply was. She made every rite, every offering, and every home possible. Even at the start of any public or private sacrifice, the Greeks invoked Hestia first. Before the meat hit the altar, before the libation was poured, there was Hestia. At the end, as the last drop of wine spilled and the smoke rose skyward, there she was again. To us that might seem modest, but to the Greeks it was reverence of the highest sort. If Athena was the mind of the city, and Artemis its wild edge, Hestia was its heart, quietly beating, never drawing attention, but always there. Now shift with me from the hearth to the depths of the earth, to another god who rarely spoke, but who ruled over far more than most realized. Hades, lord of the underworld. He too was a child of Cronus and Rhea, and he too was swallowed and later rescued by Zeus. When the war against the Titans was won, the three brothers Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades cast lots to divide the cosmos. Zeus drew the sky, Poseidon the sea, and Hades drew the lot of the underworld. Now, let's be clear. He wasn't cast down. He didn't lose. He simply got the job no one else wanted quietly, responsibly, and without complaint. And for that reason, he was misunderstood. In later ages, especially in Roman and Christian-influenced retellings, Hades was twisted into a demonic figure. But to the Greeks, he wasn't evil. He was inevitable. His realm wasn't hell. It was simply after, the natural destination of every mortal life. To them, Hades was a somber, dignified ruler. Strict, yes, but not cruel. In fact, he's one of the few gods who has never shown cheating on his wife or interfering in mortal affairs just for fun. His name means the unseen one, and his helmet, the famous helm of darkness, allowed him to move invisibly even among gods. A fitting symbol for a god whose work was constant but invisible. He ruled with fairness and order. He kept the shades of the dead from wandering and ensured that each soul received its due, whether in the sunless meadows of asphodel, the blissful fields of Elysium, or the shadowy depths of Tartarus for the truly wicked. He was feared, yes, but fear can be respectful. In fact, people avoided speaking his name altogether. Euphemisms like Pluton, meaning wealth giver, became common. After all treasures of the earth came from below. Gold, silver, crops, stability. Hades, in disguise, wasn't the god of doom, but of hidden riches. And then there's Persephone, the queen of the underworld, his equal in title and power. The myth is well known. Hades falls for Persephone and carries her off to his realm. Her mother, Demeter, goddess of the harvest, grieves and the earth withers. Eventually, a deal is struck. Persephone will spend part of the year with Hades and part with her mother. Thus came the seasons. Spring when she returns, winter when she departs. It's easy to cast Persephone as a victim. But in the older mystery cult versions of the tale, she is powerful, chosen, even willing. Queen, not just in name, but in role, a guide to the dead, and a bridge between life and the afterlife. And Hades, he remains faithful. Unlike Zeus and Poseidon, He has no wandering eye, no scandal. His love, while strange in form, is singular. This subtle stability was recognized in cult practice. At Eleusis, the initiates of the mysteries learned sacred secrets of death, of return, of rebirth. And central to it all was Hades, not a tormentor, but a keeper. A god who made sure nothing was lost forever, only transformed. So, here in this final chapter, we find something curious. The Olympian family is filled with movement, war, lust, laughter, rage. But at either end, bookending the myths like candles on a shrine, are two figures who do not chase, who do not flee, who simply hold. Hestia at the center of the home, Hades at the center of the earth. One keeps the fire burning, the other welcomes the flame when it fades. And neither boasts, though they touch every moment of life. From the first breath by the cradle to the last sigh at the tombstone, Hestia and Hades are there. In art, they are quiet. Hestia appears veiled, seated, serene, a modest woman holding a flame. Hades, often bearded and reserved, sits beside Persephone, sometimes with a cornucopia, a reminder that what lies beneath nourishes what grows above. And perhaps that's the lesson the Greeks left us. That glory isn't always loud, that power doesn't always parade, that the greatest forces in life are those that simply endure. So now, let the fire burn low. Let the earth cradle your thoughts. In one corner of the hearth, a flame flickers, constant, unbothered by wind or time. Far below, in quiet halls of stone, a king walks the corridors of memory, steady and patient. And in between everything we are, let Hestia hold your dreams. Let Hades guard your rest. And let sleep take you gently, where the gods who stayed home still keep their watch. Let us begin not with bloodshed, but with a party, a grand one at that. The kind of divine wedding that demands golden goblets, celestial harpists, and the sort of banquet where mortals are most definitely not invited. The setting is somewhere between the heavens and the wine-dark sea. The marriage of Peleus, a mortal king, and Thetis, a sea nymph of surpassing beauty and uncertain temperament. One day she's calming the waves, the next she's turning into a fire-breathing lioness. You know how it is with sea nymphs, slippery in every sense of the word. Now this was not your average wedding. The gods themselves were in attendance. Zeus, Hera, Athena, Apollo, even Dionysus, who no doubt came for the wine and stayed for drama. You see, it had been prophesied that Thetis' child would one day outshine his father. Naturally, the gods, being the divine equivalent of power-hungry middle managers, decided that none of them fancied raising a demigod who might overthrow them. So, they married her off to a mortal instead. The lucky man, Peleus, a respectable enough warrior who probably didn't ask too many questions. Now, here is where our story begins to turn from celebration to catastrophe. You see, someone was not invited to the wedding. That someone was Eris, goddess of strife, discord, and all things inconvenient. Think of her as the divine embodiment of a poorly timed group text. Snubbed and seething, Eris did what anyone in her position might do. She showed up anyway and brought a gift, a golden apple, shining and lovely, with 3 little words carved into its surface. to the fairest. She tossed it into the hall, watched the room grow quiet, and likely walked away with a satisfied smirk. The gods, one might think, would be above petty squabbles over a shiny piece of fruit. But no. Dignity fled the building faster than Hermes on market day. 3 goddesses laid claim to the apple: Hera, queen of Olympus; Athena, goddess of wisdom and war; and Aphrodite, goddess of love, beauty, and complicating everything. Each one believed herself the rightful recipient, and each was in her own way terrifying enough to make the others second-guess it. Faced with this celestial beauty contest, the gods did what many bureaucracies do when confronted with a no-win scenario. They passed the problem to someone else. Enter Paris, Prince of Troy, a man whose later decisions would suggest that judgment was not his strong suit. But at this moment, he was a shepherd on Mount Ida. Having been quietly removed from royal life due to a prophecy that he would one day cause the destruction of Troy, naturally, his family decided to abandon him as a child. You know, just in case. Still, he grew up handsome and healthy, and more importantly, utterly unprepared to referee a divine pageant. The 3 goddesses appeared before Paris, not in mortal modesty, mind you, but in full divine radiance. Each offered him a bribe. Hera promised power, kingship over all of Asia. Athena offered wisdom and victory in battle. But Aphrodite, always knowing her audience, promised him the love of the most beautiful woman in the world. Paris, thinking like a young man and not a geopolitical strategist, handed the apple to Aphrodite. And thus, the world began to burn. Now, who exactly was this most beautiful woman in the world? Her name was Helen, Queen of Sparta, daughter of Zeus and Leda, or possibly Nemesis, depending on which version you read. She had been courted by many Greek kings, all of whom had once nearly come to blows over her. To avoid conflict, her mortal father, King Tyndareus, had made all the suitors swear an oath that they would respect Helen's choice. And if anyone ever took her away, they would all band together to bring her back. An early example of what you might call a foreign policy nightmare waiting to happen. Helen eventually chose Menelaus, a capable, if somewhat humorless king of Sparta. They were married, and for a time things were peaceful. That is, until Paris showed up at court under the pretense of diplomacy, and then with Aphrodite's encouragement, either seduced or abducted Helen. It rather depends on the source. In Homer's Iliad, Helen seems weary, regretful, and passive. In Euripides' version, she's more assertive. Later poets go further, claiming Helen never even went to Troy, just a phantom version, while the real one sat out the war in Egypt like a mildly annoyed chess piece. Whichever version you choose, the result is the same. Paris sails back to Troy with Helen, and Menelaus enraged calls in every king, prince, and warrior who once pledged an oath to protect her. And this is where myth begins to collide with history. Scholars have long debated whether the Trojan War actually happened. Was there a real conflict between Mycenaean Greeks and a city on the coast of Anatolia? One perhaps called Wilusa, a name that bears uncanny resemblance to Ilion, another name for Troy. Archaeological digs at Hisarlik, the presumed site of Troy, reveal a city that was destroyed, not once, but several times, by fire and war. Trade routes passed through this region. Riches flowed. Conflicts surely followed. So, while gods may not have hurled spears from Olympus, someone likely hurled something over those walls. And now, back to myth. The Greeks began to assemble. Agamemnon, king of Mycenae and brother to Menelaus, took charge. Not because he was particularly loved, he wasn't, but because he had the ships, the swords, and a rather loud voice. Other kings answered the call. Odysseus, the clever one. Nestor, the talkative one. Ajax, the strong and silent type. And most famously, Achilles, son of Peleus and Thetis, the very couple whose wedding had started this mess in the first place. Achilles was a prince of Phthia, raised by a centaur named Chiron, as you do, and trained to be the greatest warrior of his age. His mother, fearing he would die young, dipped him in the river Styx to make him invulnerable everywhere, except the heel by which she held him. This, of course, gives us the term Achilles' heel, and reminds us that even the mightiest have their soft spots, sometimes quite literally. But not all heroes were eager to join the war. Odysseus, ever the tactician, feigned madness to avoid leaving his young son. He yoked an ox and a donkey to a plow and began sowing salt into his fields until a clever Greek placed his infant son in front of the plow. Odysseus swerved, proving he was sane, and was promptly dragged off to war. Achilles too was hidden, disguised as a girl among the daughters of King Lycomedes. This plan lasted until Odysseus came bearing trinkets and weapons, laying them out before the maidens. Achilles naturally went straight for the sword. Boys will be boys even when wearing a dress. So the ships assembled, 1,000 of them, legend says, and the winds were ready. Or were they? At the port of Aulis, the fleet was becalmed. The gods, you see, were not so easily manipulated. Artemis, goddess of the hunt, had been offended likely by Agamemnon, who either boasted of his skill or killed a sacred deer. As a result, she demanded a price. The sacrifice of Agamemnon's daughter, Iphigenia. This is one of those moments where Greek myth takes a very sharp turn from pageantry to tragedy. Agamemnon hesitated, understandably so, but in the end, ambition won out over love. Iphigenia was lured to Aulis under the promise of marriage to Achilles, and there she was sacrificed. Some versions offer a gentler ending. Artemis whisked her away at the last moment and left a deer in her place. But most tell it straight. Agamemnon killed his daughter, and the winds began to blow. It was a grim start to a grim war. And so, with divine grudges simmering, oaths invoked, and personal tragedies mounting, the 1,000 ships set sail for Troy. Not knowing they would remain there for 10 years, the cost of their pride and vengeance, and certainly not knowing that by the time it ended, nearly all of them would be dead, disgraced, or eternally wandering. But that, dear listener, is a tale for the next chapter. For now, rest easy. For even the greatest war in myth began not with a sword, but with a wedding, an insult, and a single apple. Let us turn now from the divine chaos of golden apples and goddesses to the woman who would, according to some, launch 1,000 ships. That may be a bit of an exaggeration. Poets have never been known for restraint, but it's fair to say that Helen of Sparta, later of Troy, was at the very heart of the storm. Helen's story begins before she was even born, which is always a worrying sign. Her mother, Leda, was queen of Sparta. One afternoon, Zeus, that most persistent of Olympians, spotted her from the heavens and decided, as he often did, to seduce her. But rather than appear as himself, divine, radiant, occasionally wielding thunder, he chose instead to transform into a swan, because of course he did. The result of this peculiar encounter was, depending on the version, either an egg or several. Yes, Leda laid eggs. Myths, as you'll find, are very particular about the strange and not terribly interested in the plausible. From these eggs hatched Helen, and sometimes also her brothers Castor and Pollux, and her sister Clytemnestra, who will later become very important when things begin to unravel back in Greece. But for now, Helen was raised in royal luxury. She was from the beginning a marvel. Not just beautiful, her beauty, we're told, was divinely beautiful. The kind that made men sigh, women whisper, and kings behave very badly. Now, as Helen came of age, she was pursued by just about every eligible man in the Hellenic world. Her suitors included the finest warriors, princes, and kings, including Odysseus, Ajax, and Menelaus. There were so many that her mortal father, Tyndareus, rightly feared that whoever he chose, the others would almost certainly take offense, start a war, and probably ruin the hedgerows on the way out. So, on the advice of Odysseus, ever the strategist, Tyndareus made the suitors swear a binding oath, the oath of Tyndareus. They would all agree to honor Helen's choice, and more importantly, to protect the chosen husband should anyone ever try to take her from him. A clever solution, and one destined, as clever solutions often are in Greek myth, to backfire spectacularly. Helen chose Menelaus, brother of Agamemnon and future king of Sparta. Now, Menelaus was competent, wealthy, respected, not particularly charming, but not easily ignored. The kind of man who polishes his own armor and expects you to notice. Helen and Menelaus were married, and for a time all was well. They had a daughter, Hermione, settled in the Spartan palace and reigned peacefully over a well-ordered kingdom. And then Paris arrived. Paris, son of Priam and Hecuba of Troy, had been raised not as a prince, but as a humble shepherd. A common trick in myth when someone's birth is accompanied by a troubling prophecy. In Paris's case, the prophecy was specific and rather ominous. He would cause the downfall of Troy. So naturally, his parents did what any responsible monarchs would do. They abandoned him in the wilderness. Unfortunately, Paris survived. Raised among shepherds, he grew into a man of striking beauty and very little foresight. He was eventually welcomed back into the royal family, prophecy presumably forgotten in the excitement. Not long after, he was sent on a diplomatic mission to Greece officially to establish friendly relations, unofficially to stir up the plot. When Paris arrived in Sparta, Menelaus welcomed him warmly, a gracious host by Greek standards, which usually meant offering food, wine, and not stabbing anyone. But then Menelaus was called away to attend a funeral. Paris, ever the opportunist and heavily influenced by Aphrodite, who had promised him the love of the most beautiful woman in the world, took advantage of the king's absence. Whether Helen was a willing accomplice or a victim of divine manipulation is one of the great ambiguities of ancient myth. Homer's Iliad presents her as conflicted, ashamed, reflective, but not clearly coerced. Later tragedians such as Euripides give her more agency or none at all, depending on the tone. Some versions, like the Helen of Euripides, go so far as to say she never went to Troy, that Paris stole only a phantom image while the real Helen remained in Egypt, as confused as anyone. But the popular version holds that Helen went with Paris, sailing across the Aegean to Troy and leaving behind her husband, her child, and more importantly, the oath that bound all her former suitors. When Menelaus returned to find his wife gone and his honor publicly shredded, he did not mourn in silence. He invoked the oath. Across Greece, messengers were sent. Kings were summoned. Old alliances reawakened. Even those who had long since moved on were now bound by a sacred promise. And what a collection of heroes it was. Agamemnon, king of Mycenae, assumed command. He was ambitious, proud, not above sacrificing his daughter when the wind refused to blow. But that's a tale we touched on earlier. Odysseus tried to stay out of it. He had a young son, a clever wife, and no interest in foreign entanglements. So he pretended to be mad, plowing his fields with salt. But when Greek agents placed his infant son, Telemachus, in front of the plow, Odysseus swerved, proving his sanity and sealing his fate. Achilles, the greatest warrior of the age, was also reluctant. His mother Thetis had hidden him away on the island of Skyros, disguised as a girl among the daughters of King Lycomedes. Why? Because it was foretold that if Achilles went to war, he would not return. But again, Odysseus came up with a solution. He laid out gifts for the girls: combs, bracelets, mirrors, and one sword. Achilles chose the weapon, predictable but effective. In time, a vast army gathered. Ships were prepared. Legend says 1,000 ships, and the greatest force the Greek world had ever known assembled under Agamemnon's banner. Before they sailed, however, they needed a good omen. You see, the Greeks took signs very seriously. The gods didn't send text messages, but they did send birds. At Aulis, a serpent appeared and devoured 9 sparrows before turning to stone. The seer Calchas declared this meant the war would last 9 years, and Troy would fall in the 10th. One imagines morale dipped slightly. Even so, the Greeks launched their expedition, but they didn't find Troy immediately. First, they accidentally attacked Telephus, a city that rather unfortunately looked quite a bit like Troy. Geography, it turns out, was not the Greek strong suit. Eventually, they reached Troy and established a camp along the shores outside the city's mighty walls. These walls, according to myth, had been built by Apollo and Poseidon themselves. So they were, to put it mildly, sturdy. This would not be a quick war. Inside Troy, Helen was received not as a prisoner, but as a queen. Priam, the aged king, treated her kindly. His son Hector, the city's greatest warrior, was polite if somewhat disapproving. The city, for all its splendor, had become a cage. Helen was now the face of a conflict she had little control over, worshipped and blamed in equal measure. The war, meanwhile, settled into a long and grinding stalemate. Raids, skirmishes, and embassies followed. Heroes rose and fell. And through it all, Helen remained at the center, not fighting, but watching. Her story is one of paradox. She is both victim and agent, loved and hated, remembered not for her deeds, but for her presence, her role as the prize over which the greatest warriors bled and perished. And what of Helen herself? Well, the myths offer no simple answers. Some say she came to love Paris, then hated him. Some say she pined for Menelaus, then despised him. In one version, when Troy falls, she returns to Sparta with her husband, who forgives her. In another, she is strangled by Menelaus's mother in a fit of righteous fury. The poets could never quite decide what to do with her. She was too beautiful to be evil, too dangerous to be good. She was perhaps the embodiment of the war itself, not rational, not fair, but entirely inevitable. And thus, with Helen in Troy, Menelaus in fury, and every king in Greece committed to vengeance, the stage was fully set. The war had not yet begun in earnest, but the fuse had been lit. The walls of Troy still stood tall, but every god, every mortal, and every poet knew they would not stand forever. In our next chapter, we'll meet the full cast of heroes and begin the siege proper. A war of pride, prophecy, and tragedy that would shape not only myth, but the entire identity of the ancient Greek world. For now, rest, dear listener. The storm is gathering, but there is still time before the swords begin to sing. It is a strange thing preparing for a war that has not yet begun. The swords have not been drawn, the ships not yet launched, but the decisions made in these moments, the quiet ones, the stubborn ones, echo as loudly as the battle cries to come. And so we find ourselves back in Greece, where alliances are being called upon, oaths remembered with theatrical seriousness, and kings emerging from the shadows of their own ambitions. The Greeks, or more properly, the Achaeans, were not one nation, but a loose collection of fiercely independent city-states, each with its own king, customs, dialects, and irritating sense of superiority. Herding them was rather like herding cats, large, armored, arrogant cats. And yet somehow Agamemnon was the one to try. Agamemnon, king of Mycenae, was not the most beloved of men. He had the charisma of wet marble and the diplomatic subtlety of a battering ram. But he had ships, and in Bronze Age Greece, that made all the difference. He was also the brother of Menelaus, whose wife Helen had just absconded with a Trojan prince, or been abducted, depending on whom you asked. Either way, it was Agamemnon's duty to help, and not incidentally to increase his own power while doing so. But before we set sail, let us first meet the key players of this great war. Some of the finest names ever shouted across a battlefield or penned into epic verse. There was Odysseus, king of Ithaca, cunning, sardonic, and too clever by half. He would rather be farming than fighting. When the summons came, Odysseus attempted to dodge the draft by pretending to be mad. He yoked a donkey and an ox together and began plowing his fields with salt. Unfortunately for him, the Greeks had brought a man named Palamedes, who was even cleverer. Palamedes placed baby Telemachus, Odysseus's infant son, in front of the plow. Odysseus swerved, sanity revealed. Off to war he went, fuming all the while. Then there was Achilles, the son of Peleus, a mortal king, and Thetis, a sea nymph with a gift for dramatic exits. Achilles had been raised by the wise centaur Chiron, who taught him medicine, music, hunting, and more importantly, how to kill things gracefully. Now, Thetis had received a prophecy. Her son would either live a long, quiet life and be forgotten, or die young in glory and be remembered forever. She understandably preferred the first option. So, she hid Achilles on the island of Skyros, disguised as a girl. It's unclear how convincingly he played the part, but he lived among the daughters of king-like comedies, perhaps hoping that history would simply forget him. History, of course, never forgets Achilles. Odysseus was sent to fetch him. Knowing that no warrior could resist the call of glory or the clink of bronze, he laid out gifts before the girls: fine robes, trinkets, and one gleaming sword. Achilles, predictably, reached for the sword. A trumpet was sounded, and the ruse collapsed. Achilles, now revealed, was promised honor, plunder, and everlasting fame. He accepted. He also brought with him his lifelong companion Patroclus, who had become as vital to the war as any sword or shield. Others joined too. Ajax the Greater, son of Telamon, a towering brute of a man, strong as a bull and roughly as eloquent. Diomedes, a young king of Argos, known for his ferocity and surprising reverence for the gods. Nestor, the aged king of Pylos, who spoke mostly in long-winded stories about how things had been better in his day, and who somehow made everyone listen. And Calchas, the seer, who claimed to read the will of the gods by studying the flight of birds, the livers of sacrificed animals, and one suspects the fine art of educated guessing. Altogether, they gathered their men, their ships, and their supplies at the port of Aulis, a wind-swept harbor on the eastern coast of Boeotia. It was here, legend tells us, that the Greek fleet assembled 1,000 ships, if Homer is to be believed. It is a lovely round number and deeply impractical. But myth was never built on practicality. And then nothing happened. The ships were ready. The men were restless. The gods, however, were silent. No wind stirred the sails. The sea lay as flat as a philosopher's expression, a calm so total it felt like divine punishment. And indeed, that's exactly what it was. You see, Agamemnon had made a mistake. While out hunting, he had killed a sacred stag, an animal beloved by Artemis, goddess of the hunt, protector of maidens, and not one to take a slight quietly. As if that weren't enough, he had allegedly boasted that he was the better hunter, which one imagines was the mythological equivalent of poking a sleeping bear with a borrowed spear. So, Artemis refused to let the winds blow. The ships would remain trapped at Aulis unless Agamemnon made amends. And by amends, she meant sacrificing his daughter, Iphigenia. This, needless to say, did not go over well. Agamemnon hesitated. He wept, he argued, he appealed to the gods, but in the end he agreed. For the sake of the war, for the sake of honor, vengeance, and all the usual platitudes, he sent word to his wife, Clytemnestra, that their daughter was to be married to Achilles. A lie, of course, a fatal one. Iphigenias arrived, excited, perhaps even blushing, and was led to the altar. Some stories say she was killed. Others say Artemis, in a rare act of mercy, whisked her away at the last moment and replaced her with a deer. Either way, the deed was done. The winds returned, the sails billowed, and the Greek fleet at last set out across the Aegean Sea. But their first stop was not Troy. In one of those inconvenient footnotes that history tends to skip over, they accidentally landed in Teuthrania, a city in Mysia, believing it to be Troy. Again, ancient navigation was more art than science. They attacked. The ruler there, Telephus, was wounded by Achilles and fled. Later, in a neat twist of irony, he was healed by Achilles using the very spear that had pierced him. The Greeks, it seems, could be both destructive and useful, sometimes in the same breath. Eventually, the fleet reached the shores of Troy, a city on the western coast of what is now Turkey. The Trojans watched from their walls as the horizon filled with black sails, and they prepared. Let us pause here to consider what sort of city Troy might have been. The archaeological site known today as Hisarlik in northwestern Turkey reveals layer upon layer of cities built and destroyed over centuries. One of these layers, Troy 6 or 7, shows signs of fire, war, and abrupt ruin. There are fortification walls, storage jars, and signs of trade with the Mycenaean world. Whether it was the Troy of Homer, we'll never know for certain. But the echoes are there. The Trojans, too, had their heroes. Priam, the old king, wise and weary, ruled from the citadel. His wife Hecuba kept a close court. Their sons were many, but most famous was Hector, the defender of Troy, a prince, a husband, a father, and a man who fought not for glory, but for duty. Beside him stood Aeneas, a noble warrior said to be the son of Aphrodite herself, a lineage that would one day lead, so Virgil claimed, to the founding of Rome. And of course, there was Paris, whose stolen bride, Helen, was now a guest or prisoner in the palace. Her presence was a source of both pride and tension. Some saw her as the rightful queen. Others saw her as the cause of the coming disaster. And so, as the Greek ships landed and the beach was fortified, both sides prepared for war, not knowing that it would last 10 years, that it would claim the lives of almost every hero present, and that it would change the shape of mythology forever. But that is the nature of war in the ancient world. It begins not with battle cries, but with whispers, with broken promises, divine grudges, and the slow gathering of storm clouds. The Greeks had assembled, the winds had turned, the gods were watching, and somewhere in the wings, fate, that ancient, tireless weaver, had already begun her work. By now the 1,000 ships had crossed the wine-dark sea and anchored off the coast of a city destined to become legend. Troy, called Ilion by the Greeks, stood proud upon the edge of the Hellespont, a glittering crossroads of east and west. To modern ears, Troy may sound like a mere myth, a place of poetry and gods and overlong battles. But beneath the layers of story lies a very real city. Archaeologists believe it may have been located at Hisarlik in northwestern Anatolia. Here, a great walled city once stood and fell more than once, its ruins layered like pages in a long, tragic novel. Some layers show fire, some arrowheads, some clay tablets hinting at trade, diplomacy, and war. This was a place where myth met mortar, and now the Greeks had come to knock. As they landed on the shore, they began constructing their camp, not a quick skirmish outpost, but a long-term beachfront operation. Think less glorious charge and more tense city with strong opinions. They dragged their ships onto the sand and built a palisade wall. They created a trench. They even designated zones for sleeping, cooking, and rather optimistically, for celebrating victory. Achilles and his myrmidons took the southern flank. Ajax and the men of Salamis stood guard to the north. Odysseus naturally had a clever supply route. The Greeks were not united in temperament, but they were, at least for now, united in purpose. Troy, for its part, did not panic. The city was protected by colossal walls allegedly built by Apollo and Poseidon themselves. These divine contractors, according to myth, had been briefly punished by Zeus and ordered to serve King Laomedon of Troy. They built the walls so strong, so high, that no mortal force could breach them, at least not by strength alone. And within those walls lived the Trojans, who were not the villains that later Greek propaganda might suggest. King Priam, now elderly, ruled with surprising dignity given the circumstances. His court was filled with sons, daughters, and advisors. His wife Hecuba was sharp and formidable, and quite frankly more perceptive than most of the warriors outside the gates. The jewel of Troy's defense was Hector, firstborn son of Priam and Hecuba. He was no demigod, no half-immortal brute. He was simply a man, but a man of iron loyalty, skilled arms, and noble restraint. He fought not for fame, but for his city, his family, and his little son, Astyanax, who toddled through the palace halls unaware of the deadly fate history was already scribbling on his future. And of course, there was Paris, the younger son, less noble, more complicated. Paris had, you may recall, won Helen from the gods. He was beautiful, charming, and utterly unequipped for the fallout of his decisions. In Homer's Iliad, Paris is not evil nor cruel, just painfully aware that he's not built for battlefield glory. He's the man who started a war with a kiss and then spent most of it dodging the consequences. As for Helen, she now lived in the upper chambers of the palace. Opinions varied. Some in Troy admired her grace, her refinement, her almost supernatural beauty. Others, more practical, less bewitched, blamed her for the war. One imagined she heard the whispers in the Iliad. She's both self-aware and self-loathing. Would that I had died before I followed your son here, she says to Priam. And yet she remains. The war began, not with the toppling of towers, but with raids. The Greeks, unable to breach the walls, resorted to attacking Trojan allies, towns along the coast, seizing supplies, enslaving women, and burning what they could not carry. It was this pattern, campaign, retreat, rest, that defined the first 9 years of the war. During one such raid, the Greeks captured 2 women whose names would later ignite disaster. One was Chryseis, daughter of a Trojan priest of Apollo. She was given to Agamemnon. The other was Briseis, awarded to Achilles. They were not spoils in the sense of war trophies. They were grimly taken as concubines. And the gods, it turns out, were watching. When Chryseis' father pleaded for her return, and Agamemnon arrogantly refused, Apollo, god of plague, archery, and occasional poetic justice, loosed a pestilence on the Greek camp. Soldiers began to die. Animals perished. The air turned foul. Eventually, Agamemnon relented, though not without flair. He returned Chryseis to her father, yes, but demanded Briseis from Achilles in compensation. This, to put it mildly, was a mistake. Achilles, already smoldering with pride, withdrew from the war. He refused to fight. He refused to speak. He even refused to look at Agamemnon, unless you count glaring. The mightiest Greek warrior had now stepped back, sulking, some said, but in truth, deeply wounded. In the heroic code, honor was more vital than armor. To be shamed in public was not merely insulting, it was soul-shattering. The Greek morale faltered. They pushed against the city, but without Achilles, they found themselves pressed thin. Hector, on the other hand, surged forward, rallying the Trojan troops and driving the Greeks back toward their ships. Skirmishes flared, chariots thundered, shields cracked, and still the walls of Troy held. But let us step back for a moment and consider what this war looked like. Not in poetry, but in Bronze Age terms. This was not trench warfare, nor massed armies of uniformed soldiers. It was chariots, short swords, and thrown spears. Bronze, not iron. Armor was heavy and personal. Battles were small and often duels between champions observed by spectators. Think rugby with more stabbing. War was also a ritual. Before fighting, warriors made speeches, sometimes to their enemies, boasting of lineage, exploits, and divine favor. Afterwards, they stripped the dead of armor and weapons, which were both valuable and symbolic. And yet, amid the stylized duels and epic speeches, there was also real loss. Entire towns destroyed, sons who never returned, women enslaved. The songs remember the heroes, but the silences belong to the nameless dead. The Iliad, which covers only a few weeks in the 10th year, offers us a window into this moment of stalemate and sorrow. It's during this time that we meet the full cast of characters. Ajax the Greater, wielding a massive shield like a moving wall. Diomedes, who wounds even Ares in battle. Nestor, the elder statesman, offering advice so long-winded that it likely outlasted some battles. And of course, the gods. Ah, yes, the gods. They were not neutral observers. They took sides, bickering, scheming, sometimes even joining the fray. Hera, Athena, and Poseidon favored the Greeks. Apollo, Aphrodite, and Ares sided with the Trojans. Zeus, nominally neutral, mostly tried to keep order and failed spectacularly. The gods bickered as much as the mortals did. One might even say more so. They threw divine tantrums, manipulated fates, and occasionally disguised themselves as ordinary soldiers just to meddle. Truly, the Olympians were the first micromanagers. Meanwhile, on the ground, the war slogged on. The Greeks, growing desperate without Achilles, attempted diplomacy. They sent an embassy to his tent. Odysseus, Phoenix, and Ajax came with offers of treasure, apologies, and even the return of Briseis. But Achilles, brooding in his tent, refused, not out of petulance, but principle. His honor had been trampled, and in the world of heroic warriors, honor was life. Still, even Achilles could not ignore what came next. Hector, bold and commanding, led the Trojans in a major offensive. He pushed the Greeks back to their ships. Fires began to spread. It looked, for a moment, as if Troy might win, not with cunning or strength, but with sheer persistence. This is the moment the war turned inward. The moment the greatest heroes of both sides stood at the brink, not yet colliding, but fully revealed. For Nas, the Greeks dug in. The Trojans pressed forward, and Helen watched from the walls, her fate and everyone else's still unwritten. The siege had begun. The walls stood tall, but something deeper had begun to crumble. Trust, pride, and the thin threads binding kings to kings. And so the 10th year dawned, with Achilles silent, Agamemnon humbled, and Hector rising. In our next chapter, the cracks will deepen. The war which so far has simmered will begin to boil. But for now, rest easy, dear listener. The ships are still anchored. The fires still smoke, and the gods for the moment have not yet drawn their final lots. When people imagine the Trojan War, they often picture a continuous roar of battle. Swords flashing, heroes shouting, gods hurling thunderbolts from the sky. But the truth, if such a thing exists in mythology, is a little less cinematic and a great deal more slow. Because for 9 long years, 9, this war dragged on in the kind of grim, grinding fashion that would have tried the patience of even the most enthusiastic poet. A siege not of constant combat, but of attrition, raids, hunger, sickness, and the occasional divine tantrum. And perhaps that is why the Trojan War endures. Not simply because of the final blow, the horse, the fire, the fall, but because it reflects something very human. A grand idea that once in motion, no one can quite stop. A war waged out of honor that slowly becomes anything but. Let's return to the beach. The Greeks had built a camp along the shoreline, sprawling like a market left out too long in the sun. Their ships were drawn up and fortified behind a wall of stakes and trenches. They had everything they needed for a short war, which meant naturally that they were unprepared for a long one. Troy's mighty walls held firm, and the Trojans rarely ventured beyond them. Every attempt to storm the city ended in blood and frustration. And so, for most of those 9 years, the Greeks did what they could. They raided the surrounding countryside. They sacked towns loyal to Troy, seized food, livestock, gold, and, most tragically, women. These women were taken as concubines, slaves, bargaining chips. The war, for all its heroic verses, was also brutally transactional. And this is how Briseis and Chryseis entered the story. Two women caught in the tide of war, handed to men as rewards, and ultimately used to ignite the quarrel between Agamemnon and Achilles, which we touched on before. But the cracks ran deeper than one quarrel. Beneath the polished speeches and bronze breastplates, the Greek coalition was starting to unravel. Agamemnon's leadership, while militarily sound, was unpopular. He had a knack for taking more than his share of spoils and offering less than his share of credit. Kings like Odysseus, Diomedes, and Ajax often found themselves balancing obedience with their own ambitions and growing irritation. Achilles, for his part, had withdrawn from the war entirely. His pride wounded, his honor insulted. He refused to fight. He spent much of these years in his tent sharpening his weapons, practicing the lyre, and generally being a brooding icon of Bronze Age masculinity. Meanwhile, the Trojans were not idle. While the Greeks tore through the countryside, the Trojans formed new alliances. Reinforcements arrived from neighboring kingdoms, Lycians, Phrygians, and others whose names have been lost to time. Among these was a warrior named Sarpedon, son of Zeus, who fought with a quiet dignity that would later inspire even his enemies. Inside Troy, tension simmered. The people suffered. Food grew scarce. Supplies from the interior were cut off by Greek patrols. And yet, the walls held, a symbol of endurance against overwhelming odds. As the war dragged on, both sides began to rely more heavily on divine favor, or at least the illusion of it. The Greeks sacrificed to Athena, Hera, and Poseidon. The Trojans looked to Apollo, Aphrodite, and Artemis. The gods, it must be said, behaved much like the mortals, bickering, sulking, playing favorites, and occasionally stomping onto the battlefield in disguise. There's a story told in hushed tones by later poets of a duel between Menelaus and Paris early in the war. The idea was simple. Settle it man to man. One duel, one outcome. Fewer funerals. The duel was arranged. Menelaus, understandably angry, fought with a ferocity born of righteous fury. Paris, less heroic and more fashionable, was swiftly overwhelmed. As Menelaus prepared to finish him off, Aphrodite intervened, snatching Paris from the battlefield and placing him back in his chamber with Helen, who was at this point growing increasingly tired of this sort of nonsense. It's worth noting that Aphrodite did not ask anyone's permission. She simply decided, rather like an indulgent parent, that her favorite son had suffered enough. Menelaus, meanwhile, stood in the dust, sword still raised, wondering what on earth just happened. The war, it seemed, would not be decided by honor. There were moments of glory, to be sure. One of the brightest stars of this middle period was Diomedes, king of Argos, who fought with such relentless precision that even the gods noticed. At one point, Diomedes, assisted by Athena, who temporarily gave him the ability to see gods on the battlefield, wounded Aphrodite herself. Yes, a mortal man cut the flesh of a goddess, It was frankly an embarrassing moment for her. She fled to Olympus, bloodied and wailing, and Zeus gently suggested that perhaps war was not the best arena for someone whose chief weapon was a love charm. Later, Diomedes even wounded Ares, the god of war. Ares, in turn, did what all warriors fear most. He complained to his father. Zeus, unimpressed, told him to stop being dramatic and get back to it. These episodes, while entertaining, tell us something deeper. The war had become so tangled, so stretched, that the divine and mortal realms had begun to blur. The gods were not distant, silent observers. They were quite literally in the thick of it, sulking, scheming, bleeding. Yet even as heroes fell and cities burned, the war refused to end. Like a bad dinner guest, it lingered past its welcome. Back in the Greek camp, Achilles remained absent from the battlefield, a decision that continued to cost the Greeks dearly. Without him, morale dipped. Hector led increasingly bold attacks. Greek casualties mounted. Even Odysseus found it harder to keep the ranks focused, though he did his best. Sometimes with cleverness, sometimes with wine. It was in the atmosphere of decay and distrust that betrayal took root. You may recall Palamedes, the clever man who exposed Odysseus's fake madness at the start of the war. Well, Odysseus, ever the long game player, never forgot. According to later tales, Odysseus framed Palamedes as a traitor, forging a letter and planting gold to suggest he was accepting bribes from the Trojans. The Greeks, perhaps too eager for a scapegoat, executed him just like that. One of the finest minds among them, gone. A moment that illustrates the war's true cost. Not just lives, but trust. Not just cities, but virtue. The longer it went on, the more it demanded. Not just heroes, but their humanity. And the Greeks, once bound by a noble oath, began to splinter further. Agamemnon's arrogance grated. Achilles' silence loomed. Even Nestor's endless stories started to sound less like wisdom and more like noise. And what of Helen? She still watched from the walls. Her beauty, undiminished by time, had become a symbol, a kind of living banner. For the Greeks, she represented what had been stolen. For the Trojans, what they refused to surrender. And for Helen herself, she was trapped between myth and memory, between love and loathing. In the Iliad, she speaks of her own regret, calling herself a dog, a term of shame, and wondering whether she is cursed. One might wonder if she more than anyone saw the war for what it truly was. Not a story of glory, but a slow, unspooling tragedy. And so the 9th year came to a close. The Greeks, exhausted and divided, still held the beach. The Trojans, battered and isolated, still held the city. The gods, nursing wounds, both physical and prideful, still meddled where they pleased. And Achilles, he still sat in his tent, silent, furious, refusing to yield, not to Agamemnon, not to the war, not even to fate. But something had begun to shift. For in the camp, a young man named Patroclus watched the fires burn. And soon, very soon, that fire would spread. If war had a heartbeat, it would not be the clash of bronze or the thrum of chariot wheels. It would be the breath held between action and consequence. The silence before something truly terrible happens. And so we arrive at the heart of the Iliad. Not the start of the Trojan War, nor its end, but a singular stretch of days in the 10th year when one man's pride would alter everything. His name, of course, is Achilles, son of Peleus, a mortal king in Thetis, a sea nymph with a firm grasp on fate. Achilles was raised with the knowledge that he was different and doomed. It was said he had two paths before him: a long life without glory, or a short one that would echo through the ages. He chose the echo. But no one tells you that glory is rarely glorious while you're living it. It is more often lonely, infuriating, and filled with people who don't understand you. At the start of this chapter, Achilles is not fighting. His quarrel with Agamemnon over the slave girl Briseis has driven him into a sulk so legendary it fills the first book of Homer's Iliad. But to call it a sulk is to miss the depth of it. Achilles is not simply pouting. He has been publicly humiliated. In a warrior society where honor is as valuable as life, Agamemnon has taken both. You see, when Agamemnon gave up Chryseis to stop a plague sent by Apollo, he decided to take Briseis from Achilles as compensation, as if trading women were a form of morale management. In doing so, he violated the unspoken code among heroes. A man's prize, however grimly acquired, was his dignity. Agamemnon might as well have taken Achilles' shield and spat on it. Achilles responded not with violence, which was surprising, but with withdrawal. He retreated to his tent, refused to fight, refused even to speak to Agamemnon. And as he sat brooding, the war outside began to turn. Without Achilles, the Trojans surged. Hector, noble and dutiful, led charge after charge. The Greeks, caught between poor leadership and divine meddling, began to lose ground. Skirmishes turned into routs. Even the mighty Ajax found himself forced to retreat. At one point, the Trojans reached the Greek ships, the very beachhead the Achaeans had held for nearly a decade. Achilles watched and did nothing. This is perhaps the most remarkable part of the Iliad, that its greatest hero's defining action is inaction. For pages he sits stewing, not because he lacks courage, but because he refuses to give Agamemnon the satisfaction of his return. You might say it's a lesson in how dangerous pride becomes when mixed with principle, or perhaps how easily the gods unravel the best of men. Meanwhile, Agamemnon, in rare form, began to panic, realizing belatedly that alienating the best warrior among them had consequences. He offered a ransom: treasure, horses, cities, even the return of Briseis untouched, as if Achilles should now be grateful. He even swore an oath. And Agamemnon rarely swore, unless it was to himself in the mirror. The embassy sent to deliver this apology was a who's who of persuasive Greeks. Odysseus, always the silver tongue, Ajax, always the strong arm, and Phoenix, Achilles' old tutor, sent in the hopes that paternal guilt might succeed where politics failed. And so they entered Achilles' tent. There they found the hero plucking softly at a lyre, not preparing for war, but playing music. A reminder perhaps that warriors too have inner lives. They made their case: glory, honor, the needs of Greece. And Achilles said no, but not with fury, with quiet conviction. He spoke of the futility of war, of Agamemnon's insults, of how no amount of gold could redeem lost pride. He even questioned the heroic code itself. Why should he die for a man who scorns him? Why should glory come at the price of his life? It's here that Achilles becomes more than just a warrior. He becomes a question. What is heroism worth if it means suffering fools? What is victory if you lose yourself to get there? And so he refused. The embassy returned empty-handed, and the war grew bloodier. With the Greek camp nearly in flames and the Trojans emboldened, Patroclus stepped forward. Ah yes, Patroclus, friend, companion, brother in arms. Some say more than that. In Homer's world, the precise nature of their relationship is less important than the emotional weight of it. Patroclus was Achilles' heart outside his body, and he could no longer bear to watch the Greeks die. He begged Achilles, "Let me fight in your place. Let me wear your armor. Let the Trojans think you've returned. Maybe they'll fall back." Achilles agreed, but with one condition: only drive them away from the ships. Do not chase them to the gates. Patroclus donned the armor, gleaming, god-forged, unmistakably Achilles, and led the Myrmidons into battle. It worked. The Trojans, believing Achilles had returned, panicked. Patroclus fought with skill, fury, and more than a little recklessness. He killed warrior after warrior, including Sarpedon, son of Zeus, causing such grief that even the gods debated whether to intervene. But Patroclus, swept up in the moment, forgot his promise. He drove the Trojans all the way back to the walls of Troy, and there Hector met him. The two clashed, spear against sword, prince against hero. And in the end, Hector killed Patroclus, not knowing who he truly was until the helmet fell away. The death of Patroclus was a shock, not just to Achilles, but to the Greeks, to the Trojans, to the gods. But no one felt it like Achilles. When he heard, he collapsed in grief. He wept. He tore his hair. He covered himself in ash. He lay in the dust. His pride, his refusal, his rage, all of it turned inward. And then it turned outward. The wrath of Achilles had begun. It would be beautiful. It would be terrible. And it would not be stopped. First, he sought new armor, his old set now worn by the fallen Patroclus. Thetis, his mother, rose from the sea and went to Hephaestus, the smith of the gods, who forged from Achilles a new suit of armor. Bronze so fine it glowed. A shield so vast it depicted the entire cosmos. It was not just armor, it was fate worn as fashion. Then Achilles rejoined the battle. The Greeks, seeing him return, roared with hope. The Trojans, seeing him return, trembled. The gods watched, some in awe, some in horror, because they knew when Achilles was angry. He was not a man. He was a storm. He cut through the Trojan lines like fire through straw. He fought not for glory, but for grief. Not for Agamemnon, but for Patroclus. He drove the Trojans back to the walls of the city, slaughtering all in his path. He fought the river god Scamander, who tried to drown him in anger at the piles of corpses choking his waters. Even the gods had to drag Achilles from the flood, and at last he met Hector. We will speak of that duel in the next chapter, for it deserves a moment of its own. But for now, let us return to the tent of Achilles. Where once he had brooded in silence, he now paced in fury. His hands, once still, now itched for retribution. His heart, once proud, now burned with sorrow. The rage of Achilles was not just about war. It was about the unbearable weight of loss, the helplessness of watching someone you love die and realizing it was in part your fault. He had withdrawn from battle to prove a point, but now that point had cut too deep. Achilles had rejoined the war, but it was no longer a campaign for honor or pride. It was a funeral in motion. There are moments in myth when the war falls away, when the spears and the horses and the shouting crowds dissolve, and we are left only with silence. And in that silence, something ancient and human stirs. Grief. This is one of those moments. The war is still raging. The Greeks are still dying. The Trojans are still defending their city. But all of it, for the briefest time, becomes a backdrop to one man's sorrow. Achilles has just lost Patroclus. To many, Patroclus was merely a companion, his second in command, his trusted friend. But to Achilles, he was much more. A tether, a conscience, a reminder that life was more than blood and bronze. Their bond was deep, forged not only in war, but in laughter, memory, and those quiet hours when no one is watching. Some say they were lovers, others say brothers in spirit. But what the texts agree on, what Homer sings without ambiguity, is that Achilles loved Patroclus more than anyone else in the world. And when that love was taken from him, so too was everything that held Achilles together. Let us begin with the death itself. Patroclus had donned Achilles' armor, led the Myrmidons into battle, and pushed the Trojans back from the Greek ships. For a moment, it worked. The Trojans thought Achilles had returned. Panic rippled through their lines, but Patroclus, emboldened by success, forgot the warning Achilles had given him. Do not go to the gates. He went anyway. And there, beneath the towering walls of Troy, he was struck. First by Euphorbus, then by the hand of fate, and finally by Hector, Prince of Troy, the killing blow. Hector stripped the famous armor from Patroclus' body, still unaware of his identity, and declared victory. But then, dying on the ground, Patroclus spoke. He told Hector that Achilles would come, that his death would not end this. It would only begin it. And so it did. Back at the Greek camp, Achilles was waiting, still withdrawn, still bitter, still refusing to fight. And then the news came. The accounts vary on who told him. In some, it was Antilochus, son of Nestor, panting with grief. In others, it was a chorus of survivors. But the result was the same. Achilles collapsed. He fell to the ground, heaped dust upon his head, and screamed. It was the cry of a man not wounded in the flesh, but in the soul. The kind of howl that shakes not just tents, but gods. His mother Thetis rose from the sea. She knew even before he spoke, and he told her, I must return to the war. I must kill Hector. I must avenge Patroclus, even if it means my own death. For Achilles now understood something terrible. His fate was sealed. The choice he'd once had, long life or short glory, was no longer his. Patroclus was dead, and there was only one road left. But he could not walk it just yet. First, he had to bury his friend. The Greeks retrieved Patroclus' body, not without difficulty. Hector and the Trojans, hungry for the armor and the reputation, tried to claim it. But Ajax and Menelaus, among others, fought them off. Achilles himself appeared on the battlefield, unarmored, roaring so loudly that the Trojans recoiled in fear. His presence alone turned the tide. Then Thetis, ever the devoted mother, went to Hephaestus, the smith of the gods. There, in a furnace of divine flame, was forged new armor, brighter, stronger, more terrible than before. The centerpiece was a shield so finely wrought it contained the whole of the world. Cities at peace and war, farmers in the field, lovers dancing, stars turning overhead. It was a reminder, even to Achilles, that there was more to life than vengeance. But he wore it anyway. And then came the funeral. In Homeric culture, burial rites were sacred. To die without proper ceremony was to wander the underworld in misery. Achilles vowed not just a burial, but an honoring. They built a pyre vast and solemn. Sacrifices were made, including gruesomely 12 Trojan captives Achilles slew in Patroclus' name. Whether this was grief or rage is difficult to say, but it was dark and deeply telling. There were games too. Chariot races, boxing, javelin. These weren't distractions. They were acts of remembrance. For the Greeks, excellence in sport was a way of touching the divine. Even in death, Patroclus would be surrounded by honor. Then came the moment Achilles placed a lock of his hair in Patroclus' hand. A small gesture, a devastating one. He whispered promises, and the pyre was lit. Smoke curled into the sky, rising like a soul. And somewhere in that long twilight between myth and memory, Patroclus passed into legends. But Achilles did not find peace. He found fury. He turned his gaze to the walls of Troy, to Hector. Now, to be fair, Hector did not kill Patroclus out of malice. He was defending his city. He had no idea at first who was inside the armor. But such subtleties do not survive grief. And so, Achilles rejoined the war. He moved like fire. He killed without pause. He hunted Trojans like animals. He defied the gods, even Scamander, the river god of Troy, who begged him to stop clogging his waters with corpses. Achilles refused, and when the river rose up in wrath, attempting to drown him, it took the intervention of Hera, Athena, and Hephaestus, wielding flame against flood, to drag Achilles out. Even the gods could barely contain him. And then, at last, Hector and Achilles met. This was no skirmish, no random clash on a bloody field. This was a duel foretold, long in coming and deeply personal. Hector had waited outside the gates, knowing this moment must come. He stood not just for Troy, but for every man who fights because he must, not because he desires it. When Achilles arrived, Hector's courage wavered. He ran. 3 times they circled the walls of Troy, Achilles pursuing Hector, fleeing, until finally Athena, disguised as Hector's brother, tricked him into standing his ground. The 2 warriors faced one another, and the fight was swift. Achilles killed Hector, driving a spear into his neck. But death was not enough. In one of the most brutal acts of Homeric poetry, Achilles tied Hector's body by the ankles to his chariot and dragged it through the dust around the walls. not once, but over and over. It was a violation, a desecration. A man of Hector's nobility deserved better. But Achilles was beyond mercy. He dragged the body back to camp, threw it beside Patroclus' pyre, and left it to rot. For days the Greeks were silent. Even the gods were troubled. Then something miraculous happened. King Priam, aged, grieving, and unarmed, snuck into the Greek camp, guided by Hermes himself, and entered Achilles' tent. There he fell to his knees, kissed the hands that killed his son, and begged, not as a king, but as a father. And Achilles, moved by the rawness of it, wept. He saw Priam, and through him he saw Peleus, his own aging father. He saw his future, his fate, his loss. He lifted the old man up, gave him food, wept beside him, and then he returned Hector's body. For a moment, grief gave way to grace. There was no victory parade, no song of triumph. Just two men broken by loss, holding the fragile thread of decency in their hands. And so Hector was buried properly, mourned by his wife Andromache, his mother Hecuba, and Helen, who called him gentle, one of the few men in Troy who had never blamed her. As for Achilles, his end was near. He knew it. But he had done what he set out to do. He had avenged Patroclus. He had met his fate. He had become, for better or worse, immortal. When stories pass through time, some moments become weightier than others. Not because they're louder, but because something essential shifts within them. Something irreversible. And so we come to the duel. The one that echoed across 1,000 amphitheaters, temples, poems, and generations. Achilles versus Hector. But this isn't just a tale of strength meeting strength. It's the story of what happens when grief turns into rage. When a hero forgets why he fights, and then for a moment remembers. Let us begin where we left off. Patroclus is dead. His body recovered. His armor, once the dazzling gift of the gods, now worn by his killer, Hector, Prince of Troy, and Achilles, that great tower of wrath and pride, has come undone. He refuses food, refuses comfort. He lashes out not only at the Greeks, but at the very framework of the heroic world. What good is honor? He asks if it's paid for with someone else's life. The gods apparently are still accepting sacrifices in pride. But Achilles is not done. Not yet. His mother, Thetis, emerges from the sea. She sees her son's pain and understands with the clarity of the divine that his time is ending. She goes to Hephaestus, blacksmith of the gods, and begs him for new armor. And what armor it is. The shield alone is a universe. Upon it, Hephaestus forges the entire world. Cities in peace and war, weddings, harvests, constellations wheeling in the sky. It is a meditation on mortality cast in bronze. A reminder, perhaps, that even in a story soaked in blood, life goes on. But Achilles isn't looking for reminders. He's looking for Hector. Before that, however, he must bury Patroclus. And this, more than any battle, shows us who Achilles truly is. In Bronze Age burial custom, the dead were honored with pyres, their bones collected and placed in urns. Great tombs were raised. To leave a body unburied was a shame, both for the soul and the living. The Mycenaeans buried their dead with grave goods, gold, and weapons, believing the afterlife to be a shadowy continuation of life on Earth. You packed light, but you did pack. And so Achilles prepares a funeral with all the gravity of a king, laying a crown to rest. He kills 12 Trojan prisoners, offering them to Patroclus in the afterlife. A brutal gesture, a reminder that Achilles' grief is still shaped like vengeance. Even in mourning, he cannot resist drawing blood. He holds funeral games, chariot races, boxing matches, javelin throws, not distractions, but sacred rites. For the Greeks, to compete was to honor the dead. To strive in their name was a kind of immortality. Nestor offers a running commentary on every contest. Of course, the Bronze Age's first sports pundit. And finally, when the fire burns low and only ashes remain, Achilles cuts his hair, once grown as a vow to the river god Spercheius, and places the strands on Patroclus's body. Not a warrior now, a mourner. And then he turns to Troy. Hector, meanwhile, knows what's coming. He's not a fool. He's not driven by pride or prophecy or divine whispers. He's driven by duty. As Prince of Troy, he cannot flee. He cannot hide behind the walls. Even now, as his wife Andromache begs him to stay, he tightens his armor and walks out alone. The city watches. Achilles approaches like a storm, not with speeches or heralds, but with a silence heavier than drums. 3 times Hector runs around the city walls, not from cowardice, but from instinct. From the realization that this is not a man, but a fate. At last, the goddess Athena in disguise tricks Hector into standing still, promising him aid, then vanishing when it matters most. It's the sort of divine interference that would make a chess referee weep. They fight. Hector strikes, but Achilles wears armor forged by gods. Achilles strikes and Hector falls. As he dies, Hector asks that his body be returned to his family. Achilles, consumed by wrath, says no. He lashes Hector's body to his chariot and drags it through the dust around the walls of Troy, past the weeping eyes of his parents, his wife, and even Helen, who once called Hector gentle. This desecration is not mere cruelty. It is a violation of everything sacred in Greek belief. Burial was not a privilege, it was a right. Even enemies were given their rights. But Achilles, in his grief, has broken the code. And yet, we do not turn away. Because Achilles is not a monster. He is a man in pain. He has lost the one person who steadied him. And without Patroclus, Achilles becomes unmoored. The code of honor, so carefully observed, has collapsed under the weight of loss. For 12 days he drags Hector's body in circles. Each morning new dust, each night new shame. And yet the body preserved by Apollo does not decay. Even the gods, it seems, are unwilling to let this story rot prematurely. The gods watching grow uneasy. Even Apollo, who favored the Trojans, begs for mercy. Zeus, the high god himself, sends a message, enough. And so one final act begins. Priam, the aged king of Troy, father of 50 sons, now bereft of all but memory, sneaks into the Greek camp, not with an army, with a ransom and with hope. He enters Achilles' tent alone, kneels, and says in a voice lined with age, "I kiss the hands that killed my son." And in that moment, something breaks. Achilles looks at Priam and sees Peleus, his own father. He sees his own end. He sees a world that is not built of victory and vengeance, but of grief passed from one man to another. He weeps. He lifts Priam from the floor, offers him food, shelter, even comfort. There is a kind of holiness in the quiet between them. They eat. They speak of fathers, of children, of the things no poem quite captures. And then, without ceremony, without bargain, he returns Hector's body. The two men sit not as enemies, but as fathers of the dead. For a brief moment, the war stops. No trumpets, no declarations, just silence. Hector is buried. A great pyre is built. His wife, Andromache, mourns. His mother, Hecuba, weeps. Helen, too, speaks, calling him the only man in Troy who never shamed her. A reminder that even in war, kindness echoes louder than conquest. And so the defender of Troy passes into memory. And what of Achilles? He knows now that his death is coming. But for the first time, it doesn't matter. He has done what needed to be done, not in battle, but in mercy. This is the transformation. Achilles began as a figure of wrath, of unstoppable pride. And here, for one breath of story, he becomes something else. Not a warrior, not a son of prophecy, but a man who has felt the shape of sorrow and chosen compassion. The tide has turned, not because the Greeks have won, but because their greatest hero has shown that war is not always victory. Sometimes it is just survival. Sometimes it is letting go. Troy still stands, but the walls feel thinner now. The gods no longer shout. And Achilles, our brightest, briefest flame, is standing at the edge of his fate. The next arrow has already left the bow. By now, the sands outside Troy were saturated with blood, and yet the city still stood. Heroes had come and gone. Gods had taken sides, changed their minds, and occasionally joined the fighting themselves. The greatest warrior the Greeks had ever known had returned, avenged his companion, and found briefly a fragment of peace. But the end, that distant thunder, was growing louder. And now the war prepared to take its final turn. Achilles was still in the field, still terrifying, still somehow alive, but not for long. Let us speak of his death, not because it is unexpected, but because it is, in the way of Greek myth, terribly expected. The gods, particularly Apollo, had not forgotten what Achilles had done to Hector. Apollo had watched the dragging of the body, the defiance of the burial code, the rage that had pushed beyond mortal limits. So when the time came, he lent his help to a most unlikely figure, Paris. Now Paris was not a hero. He was a lover, a charmer, a prince with good cheekbones and poor decision-making. But with Apollo's guidance, he took up a bow. And when Achilles, blazing with victory, drew too close to the Scaean gates, Paris let the arrow fly. Some say it struck him in the heel, the one place Thetis had failed to protect when she dipped him in the Styx. Others say it was the hand of the god that made the arrow fatal. Either way, the effect was the same. Achilles fell. There are no grand speeches, no slow-motion farewells, just the collapse of a man who had burned too brightly for too long. The Greeks mourned and then predictably argued. Who would inherit Achilles' armor? It was the finest in the world, forged by Hephaestus, gleaming with divine artistry. Two men came forward. Ajax the Greater, son of Telamon, strong, blunt, and fiercely loyal. And Odysseus, son of Laertes, clever as a god and twice as persuasive. A contest was held. The Greeks listened to speeches. Ajax spoke of deeds. Odysseus spoke of strategy. And in the end, the armor went to the man who could make words into weapons. Odysseus. Ajax was shattered. He had fought bravely, carried Achilles' body from the field, stood firm when others wavered. And now he was passed over for a silver-tongued tactician. His honor, so long bound to his strength, unraveled. In the dark of night, Ajax went mad. He slaughtered sheep, believing them his enemies. When his senses returned and he saw what he had done, he took his own life by his own sword alone. So ended another hero, not in battle, but in despair. The Greeks burned his body quietly. Even now, suicide was a complicated matter, honor and shame forever intertwined. And still Troy stood. At this point, the war had become a tragic theater. Each hero fell in turn. The gods had begun to withdraw, embarrassed perhaps by what they'd helped create. The Greeks turned to prophecy, always a last resort when all else fails. According to the seers, 3 conditions had to be met for Troy to fall. First, the son of Achilles must fight at Troy. Second, the Greeks must retrieve the bow of Heracles. Third, the Palladium, the sacred statue of Athena, must be taken from Troy. Simple, really. So they set out to find Achilles' son, Neoptolemus, also known as Pyrrhus. Raised far from the war, he was young, untested, and full of the kind of aggressive confidence only teenagers possess. When Odysseus fetched him, he agreed, not out of duty, but out of destiny. He would finish what his father had started. Next came Philoctetes. Now, Philoctetes was a sore subject. Years earlier, he had been bitten by a snake en route to Troy, and the wound had festered. The Greeks, never known for their bedside manner, abandoned him on the island of Lemnos. With him, they left the bow of Heracles, the only weapon prophesied to bring down Troy. Charming. Odysseus returned, full of apologies. Philoctetes was understandably furious, but after some persuasion and the promise of a hero's redemption, he agreed. The bow returned to the war. The prophecy piece by piece began to align. The third task fell to stealth. The Palladium, a statue of Athena, protected Troy. So long as it stood, the city could not fall. Odysseus and Diomedes crept into Troy by night, scaled the walls and stole it. No flash, no flourish, just 2 men doing what armies could not. And now finally, Troy was vulnerable. But it was still not beaten. And so came the trick. The Greeks, led by Odysseus, built a wooden horse, a massive thing hollow inside, carved to appear as an offering to Athena. They left it at the gates of Troy and sailed away, or so it seemed. The Trojans found it, confused, curious, and debating. Some, like Laocoon, warned against it. "Beware of Greeks bearing gifts," he said before being rather dramatically eaten by sea serpents. The gods were not subtle. Others, like Sinon, a Greek left behind pretending to be a deserter, spun a tale of sacrifice, of atonement, of war's end. The horse, he claimed, would bless Troy, and the Trojans, tired and hopeful, pulled it inside. What followed was a long night of revelry. After 10 years of siege, the Trojans finally had something to celebrate. Fires were lit, wine was poured, songs were sung, and the people of Troy, weary but joyful, believed the war was over. But the war, as wars tend to do, had one last act. At night, the Greeks returned. From the horse, warriors emerged: Odysseus, Menelaus, Neoptolemus, and others. They opened the gates. The Greek army, hidden on a nearby island, stormed the city. The chaos was immediate. Temples burned, families fled. The clang of bronze echoed through the narrow streets. Priam, the old king, was cut down at the altar of Zeus by Neoptolemus himself. An act that even in the blood-soaked economy of war was considered monstrous. Hecuba, his queen, was taken as a slave. Andromache, Hector's widow, saw her child Astyanax hurled from the walls, a cold calculation to prevent vengeance from the next generation. Helen was reclaimed by Menelaus, though not without tension. Some say he lifted his sword and she simply dropped her robe. Old habits. But what of the victors? They had won, yes, but what did they win? The city lay in ruins. The treasures of Troy were loaded onto ships. The gods once so involved had gone quiet. And the Greeks, those who survived, began the long, uncertain journey home. Odysseus would wander 10 more years. Agamemnon would return to a wife plotting his murder. Menelaus would meander through Egypt before making it back to Sparta. The war had ended, but the stories had only begun. Victory in Greek myth is never clean. There is always a cost, a stain, a reckoning, and the horse. It remained, not as a relic, but as a symbol, a reminder that, in the end, it wasn't strength that ended Troy. It was a story, one of deception, of cleverness, of the long game played by a man who could lie to a goddess and get away with it. If Achilles represented the peak of heroic wrath, Odysseus embodied cunning. The Greeks called it metis, not just cleverness, but strategic wisdom, the kind that hides a blade behind a smile, the kind that ends wars not with a roar, but a whisper. And so, with fire licking the rooftops and history closing its book, the Trojan War came to an end. The cost was ruin, the reward, songs. Songs sung across centuries of rage, of love, of cities burned and legends born. And the war, though ended, would echo on in Ithaca, in Rome, in every tale where pride meets fate and cleverness topples kingdoms. But well, that's another story. The war was over, and yet the war was not over. Troy had fallen. Its walls, once thought impregnable, had crumbled under the weight of deceit and fire. The streets were choked with ash and sorrow. The bodies of princes and paupers lay alike beneath the burning timbers of palaces. The air reeked of smoke, of blood, of the end of something vast. But for those who survived, Greeks and Trojans alike, the hardest part had only just begun: the aftermath. Let us begin with the city itself. The sack of Troy was not a battle. It was an unraveling. Once the wooden horse had delivered its payload, once the gates were flung open and the Greek forces surged into the city by night, there was no structure to the violence. This was not honor-bound combat. This was chaos, revenge, and the brutal final chapter of a 10-year fury. Priam, the aged king of Troy, sought sanctuary at the altar of Zeus. There, surrounded by the symbols of piety and protection, he begged for mercy. He received none. Neoptolemus, son of Achilles, struck him down without pause. The altar was defiled. The old order shattered. Hecuba, Priam's queen, was taken captive. She would spend the rest of her life as a servant in the house of her enemies. Her transformation from queen to slave, from symbol of Troy's grandeur to emblem of its ruin, was not unique. The women of Troy shared her fate. Andromache, wife of Hector, mother of Astyanax, was also enslaved. Her son was not so fortunate. The Greeks, fearing he might one day rise to avenge his father, hurled him from the battlements. In the ancient world, such acts were both pragmatic and appalling. The line of Hector was extinguished. The fates of the women were catalogued in later tragedy. Cassandra, the doomed prophetess, was dragged from the temple of Athena by Ajax the Lesser. She had clung to the statue, seeking divine protection. None came. She became Agamemnon's concubine, a prize he would soon regret. Helen, the face that launched 1,000 ships, was found at last by Menelaus. Some say he intended to kill her. Some say she spoke only a single word and let her robe fall from her shoulders. Either way, she lived. And Menelaus took her home because the war had always been more complicated than it appeared. Now let us shift to the Greek side. They had won. The city was sacked. The spoils were theirs. And yet, it was not a clean victory. Greek religion placed immense emphasis on ritual sacrifice and proper conduct before the gods. But during the sack of Troy, these boundaries were broken. Temples were looted, altars were stained with blood, sacred spaces were defiled. And for these offenses, the gods would not remain silent. Storms rose. The journey home for many Greeks would be longer and more perilous than the war itself. Agamemnon, the High King, returned to Mycenae only to be murdered by his wife, Clytemnestra. She had not forgotten the sacrifice of their daughter Iphigenia, offered to appease Artemis at the war's beginning. Nor had she missed the company of Aegisthus, her lover in Agamemnon's absence. Cassandra died with him, foreseeing everything, unable to stop anything. Menelaus and Helen were tossed across the Mediterranean, landing in Egypt. It would take them years to find Sparta again. And even when they did, the shadow of the war never quite left them. Helen's reputation in later Greek thought was ambivalent at best. To some, she was the epitome of beauty and longing. To others, she was the ultimate cautionary tale, a woman who brought empires to ruin by simply existing. As for Odysseus, well, his story became legend. The Odyssey chronicles a 10-year journey marked by monsters, witches, seductive singers, and the wrath of Poseidon. Each episode is rich with symbolism. The Cyclops Polyphemus represents the dangers of unchecked force. Circe, the sorceress, the lure of comfort over duty. The Sirens, knowledge without consequence. And yet for all his trials, it is not brute strength, but cleverness, endurance, and restraint that bring Odysseus home. Yet even he, hero of twists and turns, finds no easy welcome. Penelope, his wife, is faithful but surrounded by suitors. His son, Telemachus, is nearly grown. His palace is filled with strangers feasting on his stores and mocking his name. Homecoming is not triumph, it is reintegration, and it is never easy. This theme of difficult return, nostos, became central in Greek literature. The war ended at Troy, but it did not end in the hearts of the men who fought it, nor in the lands they returned to. Memory, trauma, and the burden of legend lingered. The Greeks knew that victory came with a cost, and that cost was often paid in silence, in restlessness, in nightmares. And for the Trojans, there were other fates. Aeneas, cousin to Hector, and one of the few Trojan leaders to survive, fled the city with his father Anchises on his back and his son Ascanius at his side. Guided by visions and fate, he carried the household gods of Troy into exile. It is a story of survival, of cultural rebirth. His journey, immortalized in Virgil's Aeneid, would take him across the Mediterranean, facing storms, seduction, and war. Until at last, he landed in Italy. There his descendants, so the Romans claimed, would found the city of Rome. Thus, Rome was not born in victory, but in escape, not in conquest, but in ruin survived. Thus, from the ashes of Troy came a new myth. One empire fell, another rose. The Greeks had their epics, and the Romans, not to be outdone, crafted their own lineage from the very ashes of their former enemies. History has a habit of folding in on itself like that. Archaeologically, the city of Troy did burn. Around 1200 BCE, at the end of the Late Bronze Age, many cities across the eastern Mediterranean were destroyed or abandoned. The causes remain debated. Invasion, internal collapse, climate change, trade disruption. The so-called Sea Peoples have often been cited. A mysterious force of destruction that left only smoking ruins in their wake. But the burning of Troy fits within a wider pattern. The myth may be poetic, but its roots lie in a historical earthquake of civilizations. And so the Trojan War became more than a war. It became a mirror, a way for later Greeks to reflect on the cost of hubris, the complexity of fate, and the fragility of civilization. It became a warning cloaked in epic, and perhaps also a lament. Tragedians would revisit its characters. Euripides gave voice to Hecuba, to Andromache, to the women left in the ruins. Sophocles explored Ajax's unraveling. Aeschylus imagined Agamemnon's return and the cursed legacy of his house. The war never ended. It simply changed form from battlefield to theater. Through these plays, the war lived on, not as glory, but as grief. The real aftermath was not victory, but memory. And the figures who once seemed immortal took on new dimensions. Achilles, fierce and doomed. Hector, noble and burdened. Priam, the last light of a dying age. Odysseus, ever resourceful, ever lost. Their stories were retold, reinterpreted, and passed down. From Homer to Virgil, from scroll to stage, from ancient epic to modern screen. The Trojan War endures because it speaks not only of ancient heroes, but of perennial human truths: love and vengeance, loyalty and betrayal, fate and freedom. Because the Trojan War is not merely a tale of war, it is a meditation on endings, on what happens when the fire dies and the survivors must learn to live in its glow. The war ended in fire, but its echoes, its names, its questions, its sorrows have never quite gone quiet. So here, at the end of all things, we leave the ashes of Troy. The ships are gone. The gods have retreated. The heroes are dead or wandering, and the world somehow moves on. But somewhere in the background, always there is a horse and a city that trusted him.